Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Pyre Community Rite Nite, featuring first and foremost none other than members of the Rite Club Discord server in some multiplayer Pyre action. However, today is gonna be a little different, because for the first time in about 3.5 years, rather than our standard Rite Nite format with requests from chat, today is going to be a little more of a competitive setup, a civil war, some might say, a savage showdown between none other than Team Almer and Team Gareth. And so this is a format, a system that we have followed in the past. However, given how long it has been since we last have done a civil war, it probably makes sense for us to go over some of the rules here in terms of how this whole thing works. So this is the Civil War Protocol. This will be, as I was just saying, a little bit more of a competitive Rite Nite. So rather than having requests from chat, we're going to have players take their preferred teams. Players will split into two teams, Team Gareth and Team Almer. Then, we will have numerous best-of-5 series over the course of this Rite Nite. Every time a player wins one of these best-of-5 series, they will win a point for whichever team they are representing, Team Almer or Team Gareth. Then, once someone has played in a series, they have locked in which team they're representing, so you have to stick with the team that you've chosen. Then the team with the most points at the end of the Rite Nite today will be the victor of this civil war. Then in terms of rules specific to the team that you're representing, Team Gareth is not allowed to use Almer, and Team Almer is not allowed to use Gareth. And then sort of overarching rules that apply to everyone. There will be a maximum of 1 feral curse allowed per player per match. So basically, that means you can't just spam the crone salute. That's what feral curse is. And then Oralek is banned overall. So those are the rules. Let me know if anyone has any questions about how that stuff works. But that is the general system. We can, of course, flip back to this page later on if people need any refreshers, but that is the gist of it. And as I said, we will keep track of how the teams are doing over the course of the night. Double worm stunning claim shenanigans. That is technically still allowed. Technically still allowed, yes. All right. Well, let us pop back in game here, and let me know if there is anyone who would like to get us started. Now, granted, given how we're going to have a series of best-of-5 series, that means that we are probably going to be switching people in and out a little more regularly than we do in a typical Rite Nite, so just want to give you a heads up of that. That also means that, say you get in for the first series, you may very well still, if you're still interested and available, be able to get in later on in a subsequent series. Just what we're going to do is, if you've played a specific person from the opposing team before, we're not gonna, have the same matchup again. So, say for example, if I'm on one team and Failer is on the other, we might play a series together in the very first round, and then that means that Failer could still come back for another series later on in the night. He just wouldn't play me again, because we've already played each other. So that's sort of the flow of things. And then obviously, because you can't switch teams, it means once people have locked in the team that they're representing, that will also dictate who can and cannot play against each other, because we will never have two members of the same team facing off against each other. So let me know if there are any questions about any of that stuff. That is the system that we will be following today. But otherwise, let me know if anyone is interested in getting us started today, and if so, which team you would like to represent, since, as I was just saying, we're not going to have people from the same team playing each other. We need to have Team Almer against Team Gareth. Alright, so it looks like Lilac is interested in representing Team Almer here, which means we would need to have someone else to face off against Lilac, and that person would need to be on Team Gareth. So do we have anyone who would like to do that? Yeah, because Ansa's saying would like to get in as well, but also would prefer to be on Team Almer. So let me get an in... Oh, let me jump into Discord before I forget. Let me do that. There we are. Okay, I'm all set on that front, and I can send out an invite to Lilac, who, as we were saying, is looking to represent Team Almer, and I will have a page where we can keep track of both the score and which players are on which team, so don't worry, you don't necessarily need to remember all that stuff. Hello, Lilac.
Hello.
How's it going?
It is going. I'm very excited.
Okay, I'm glad to hear it. So we have the first member of Team Almer in here. That does mean we're looking for someone on Team Gareth to face off against Lilac. Let me know if anyone is interested in doing so. I do see Ansa just jumped in. Now, Ansa, if you would like to stay on Team Almer as well, then...
Nah, we were just talking about in the tackling imp chat about who wants to do what, and majority of people want to do Almer, so I'll take the sacrifice and go into Gareth.
Whoa.
Well, I guess that means I'm gonna have to kick your butt.
Oh, man.
Alright, may the best one win.
We shall see. Alright, so in that case...
What did you say, Ansa?
I say young Padawan.
I'm not that young, you know.
You're pretty young, my dude. I say that because I coached you a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, I think I have the invite out for Lilac, but Ansa, I'm not sure I'm seeing you on Steam at the moment.
Do I have to be on the Steam app? So I just opened it back
think
up.
so, yeah.
You might.
Okay, so I have the Steam app open now.
Let me see. Your name is not popping up right now.
Yellow. It should be AL Earthworm or Ansa 42.
It might say you're offline. 1 second.
I'm online. Let's see. View friends list.
Or maybe I'll just close and reopen Steam Friends real quick. Maybe that'll do it.
Let's see.
It really doesn't. Or unless it's saying you're in. Oh, it says you're in another game. That's why. I see.
Because I have Pomo Farm open. Whoops. I had Pomo Farm open.
That's why you weren't showing up.
Traitor.
Okay, listen. That's my productivity app. Leave me alone.
Okay, no worries. No worries. Okay, there we are. Invite should be on its way for you as well.
Okay. Yell yeah. Whoops-a-daisy. Listen, I had to clean my desk, so I had Pomo Farm open to clean my desk.
Okay, fair.
Alright, so... Ansa, you're on controller, whereas Lilac's on keyboard mouse, right?
Oh, well, I'm on this one then. Sorry, Lilac. You're... Oh, nope, you're not by Yonders, that's mine. It is a little glitchy, not gonna lie, my graph, I have the display thing up, it is spiking all over the place, so it's a little choppy.
Okay, I mean, I can always try to uninvite and reinvite you sometimes, that helps.
Okay.
Question, Lids, are the players still allowed to pick whatever triumvirate, like, aesthetically speaking, that they want?
You can, so I mean, if you want to be the true Nightwings, even though you're Team Almer, technically you can do that. The one restriction that you have is that you are not allowed to take Gareth, and then Ansa, you would not be allowed
Good.
to take Ulmer.
Good, because I don't want to take Gareth anyway.
Alright.
Would you like me to uninvite and reinvite you,
Yeah.
Ansa? Is that worth giving a shot?
I think it's okay for right now.
Okay.
It did smooth out quite a bit, but we just from the get-go it was doing that.
Okay.
Let me close a couple apps on my computer.
Yeah,
real
that could
quick,
help.
just to
That might be.
smooth this out a bit.
Okay. So as we were
Let's
saying,
see.
this will be a best 3 out of 5 series. So whoever wins
All right.
3 games first will win a point for their team. Ansa is representing Team Gareth, whereas Lilac is representing Team Ulmer. The restrictions are no Oralek allowed, no double or triple feral curse, that being the Crone salute, and then as we were saying before, Team Ulmer cannot use Gareth, and Team Gareth cannot use Ulmer. But that's it. So if you two are ready.
Okay, wait. I'm a little bit stupid. Just to reiterate, like, you can still just form a team of your choice.
Outside of those restrictions, it's
Okay,
up to you to
okay.
take whatever team you'd like.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and it's not like required that you pick Ulmer or Gareth.
No, you just can't
Okay.
pick the opposing player.
Okay. Got
Good
it.
things to establish. Good things to
Mhm.
establish.
Mhm.
All right. Let me know.
A lot. That's good to know. That's a lot simpler than I assumed it was for some reason.
Just do a quick double check. Oh, let me make sure. Okay, you do have controls, Lilac.
Here
Good.
we go.
Does this look good?
Let's go.
Wait, hold on. What are the I'm just gonna. There we go.
Okay.
I don't remember my exact setup, so just mouse presets.
Fair enough.
Other than it's just mouse presets.
Thankfully, I never did custom anything for mine, so I'm used to sets.
Dang it!
Oh
I'm
man,
so
we are
big
starting at the
and
fall of Solium.
Dang it!
Welcome.
All right,
Curses.
so up
Alright.
to the players. No requests from chat at all today.
Paperboy,
Yes,
baby
indeed,
boy.
Paperboy. Paperboy is baby. Ooh,
Why
that's not
does
what I
he
wanted.
look like that? Why
There are
does he
You
so
look
gotta
many
ask
ways
the
you
game
can answer that
designers for that.
What did you say, Liz?
There are so many ways you can answer that question.
He saw the face of God and it was weeping.
Oh no.
Macaw says still a free agent. Murph says give him the old 1-2, Ansa. So for what it's worth, I know people may have been talking about which team they're planning to represent. No one has locked in their team until you've actually played a match in the Civil War. So if you're on the fence, you're not entirely sure, or you're thinking, maybe I might choose one, but I could consider choosing the other, you haven't confirmed anything until you've actually played a match. So no worries at this stage. You guys still have, outside of Onside and Lilac, you guys still have flexibility to represent whichever team you would like.
Did y'all know that plant-based chocolate is actually quite delicious?
I did not. Mostly,
Yes.
I wouldn't have doubted it. I just have never had plant-based chocolate before.
It's oat milk chocolate. I'm having a little piece of it before I start.
Oh, sick.
Indeed.
I had a loaf of French bread for breakfast.
A whole entire loaf?
Yes.
It's breakfast of champions. Or is it?
Exactly.
We shall see.
Well, now that's incentivizing me to win.
I was going to say feasting like a king right there. French
It's
bread is
rekindling
delicious.
on a
It
worm
is.
for Lilac. Ansa led off with an imp.
Oh,
That's
God.
not the right one. Oh, you know the comp I'm about to play?
I don't.
Oh, really? Okay.
Wait,
Ansa with the
wait,
Mooncrest
is it one that you
Jodariel.
showed me before?
I think it is one I've showed you before.
Okay, cool. God. Oh God. Almer's honor is resting on my shoulders, God.
You're putting too much pressure on yourself. We're having fun.
I know, but if Gareth wins, I'm never gonna hear the end of it.
From who?
From all the Gareth fans, including
Uh-huh.
a certain announcer in the. Don't tell him, but he's in the VC with us right now.
I'm sorry, what?
Nothing. We weren't talking about you or anything like that.
Speak of the devil, even.
I'd just like you to know
Lord.
that I was sipping a cup of tea with my pinky up when I said that.
Oh shit, do I have any tea left? No, I don't have any tea left. Sag.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this.
Alright.
I'm
Legendary
sorry.
Talisman for infinite stamina on Tizo. That's Lilac's second choice.
What does that do?
Infinite stamina.
Oh shoot.
Get wrecked.
Interesting.
Get wrecked.
Well, that is quite the thing.
It
I'm gonna go
is.
with my original pick all the same though. That's right.
I don't think I use this mastery much, but what was the limit for the Crone mastery again?
Just maximum
Just
of
one
one
time.
Crone salute per player
For
per match.
the entire per match, not per
Yeah.
night.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, just so that you can't, like, technically speaking, if
Okay.
you did triple Crone
Yeah.
salute and the other person wasn't prepared for it, then you could more or less automatically win right off the bat. So that's been
Yeah, because that'd be 100 and
it'd be at least 90 damage, potentially more than that, depending on if you have any
Okay.
other setup to go along with it from the talismans. So that's always been
Yeah.
something for the sake of competitive integrity. We've banned
Okay,
that
so
for
I can
Civil
turn
Wars
my
and competitions.
opponents into howlers one time per match. Is
Yes,
that what
Yeah.
so
you're
that's
saying?
fine. That's
okay.
fine.
Okay.
do howlers have any aura?
No.
Where
Oh.
where
Wild.
Well, I think I think I'm missing a talisman.
What are you looking for?
Where unless I put it on someone else by mistake. I can't find Tailwind Crest is like gone.
I think you may have already used it by the looks of things, unless it's on the second
I
page.
put it on him.
Oh.
I put it on him.
Wolfred stole it.
Wolfred stole it. Yes. I was
mean,
like,
he's Speedy
I
Wolfred.
know I didn't put it on Gilman or not Ruby or Tizo. Where is it? Did
I mean,
Ansa
he's Speedy
steal it?
Wolfred. It makes sense. The first Civil War,
Speedy
for what it's
Wolfred
worth.
sounds horrendous.
I'm sorry, did you just say Speedy Wolfred sounds horrendous?
Oh
Yes.
no.
He is the victor of the first
Ansa,
ever Rite
no.
Nite Civil War, I'll have you know.
Speedy Wolfred?
Indeed.
Versus
I meant
quarterback
horrendous to play
Manly.
against, not horrendous as in strat
Alright,
wise.
alright.
Treat Speedy Wolfred with respect, or else Lids will come for you.
Listen,
I'm
Liz
just
doesn't know
saying,
my
he's
address.
he's a champion at this point.
Liz doesn't know my address.
Lids is the Archjustice. He knows everything.
Alright, well here we go. That is
Okay.
a Speedy Birdfruit in the last spot for
Oh,
Lilac,
Jesus
and now
Christ,
our
okay.
first match of the Civil War, the Savage Showdown between Team Almer and Team Gareth.
Oh,
Again,
Jesus Christ.
Ansa is Team Gareth, Lilac is Team Almer. It will be a best 3 out of 5
It is definitely
series.
a little sketchy feeling.
Like, for your device.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So whoever wins this series will earn a point for their team, and whoever finishes the night with the most points will be the victorious team. Ansa going through with a few banishments here.
No! I'm off!
Lilac with Tizo.
Problem is that you have This infinite stamina, that is quite troublesome.
None left unscathed.
It's troublesome when you're playing against someone that knows diddly squat about diddly squat.
Oh lord.
Tizo is continuing to
And you're
fly
not
with
playing
that
against
infinite
someone
stamina.
that knows diddly squat. So, see? No!
Opportunity here for Ansa, who plunges in for 30 damage
See?
with the crone.
Gotta tease out.
No!
Ansa banished there though. Lilac in possession.
Okay.
Gilman trying to sneak his way through and nearly did, but he does go down here.
How comical.
Ansa
Oh,
clears out a
Jesus
little bit of space
Christ.
using the imp. Now it's Jody's turn.
I'm just stalking.
Jody's out of stamina, so Lilac able to get the banishment. Oh, but that portal. Ansa using that aggressively. More for
God, oh God, oh
defensive
God.
banishment purposes, although here comes Jody with the infinite stamina after going through it.
No, you don't!
Nearly
Shit.
made it all the
No,
way
you
through,
don't.
but Lilac with the stop once again.
No, you don't! No, you don't!
Tizo.
No,
Oh,
you don't! What is happening?
I'm playing
Oh.
in bad places with
Well, you're beating me,
Flame.
so that's gotta stand for something. Why don't you just die? Please, please, please die. Please die.
Just like to clarify that when characters are
In the game.
banished in this match, they are banished, not
Please
killed.
please get banished.
Ansa with Bertrude.
I missed.
Down goes Bertrude.
It was but lonely.
Oh.
Okay.
Lilac
okay.
through the portal
okay,
with Gilman.
Okay.
Jumps
Yes.
Nice score.
in for 15 damage plunge.
Okay. One singular score. Let's go.
No prayer beads on Gilman means he's gone in this round. And there is Lilac's crone salute, except somehow got banished in the process? I'm not entirely sure how that happened. I'm going to be
I don't
honest
know
with
how
you.
either.
I'm not sure I've
Oh,
seen that one before. Now, usually what happens is this.
Okay.
Those howlers do not have any aura,
Okay.
so they cannot get any banishments,
there we
which
go.
means that is
That's a good
typically
glitch.
more or less one automatic
Oh.
score when you use the crone salute, but still not entirely
What is
clear
Messenger Ant
how that
doing?
played out.
Is he having a seizure?
Gilman banished.
Gilman. Oh, sneaks past the defender and in for 15
Oh,
damage
baby
plunge.
boy.
Momentum swinging in Lilac's favor here.
Taken.
Though with no Gilman again, could prove to be a little bit trickier in this
Calm
round. And of
down.
course, that crone
I will
salute is a
not.
one-time use
You can't
skill.
make me.
How very sad.
So Lilac no longer
Oh my
has
god,
that
how am I
ace up
missing
the
the ball?
sleeve. And here comes Ansa. 30 damage plunge with the crone. That drops Lilac down to 40. But remember, Lilac, I believe, did take a rekindling talisman. So Lilac will actually have a second life bar here, beyond the 40 that we're seeing at the moment. Here is Lilac, back in possession with Tizo. He'll fly through, and has the bonus damage there, so that's 25.
Okay.
Gilman. Oh, sneaks around and nearly in, but Jody, with a quick save and through the portal, sets up, what was nearly a plunge there, but somehow Lilac managed to get the stop. It looked like Jody was through, but Lilac had other ideas. Oh, except this time Ansa leapfrogs over one defender, but again, the quick recovery from Lilac.
Heartless worm.
Ansa now with Messenger Imp. Bertrude able to rush Messenger Imp down. But Lilac unable to jump in that time.
That was
And Lilac defenseless here, so time for Ansa. Have another 30 damage plunge, and again, it might look as though one score would be all that Ansa needs. However, I do believe Lilac has some rekindling. Here comes Lilac with that infinite stamina Tizo. Can sprint and fly however long he'd like, although Ansa still able to get the banishment. Both players eyeing the portal. Lilac was ready for it, though.
Okay.
First root for Lilac, jumps in.
Nice.
That's a 30 damage plunge. I do not believe that Ansa has rekindling, which means one score could be sufficient for Lilac, who does have 25 damage on the imp. So it is possible even with one score. Here is that imp, and there is the winning plunge.
Very nice.
GG.
Could you uninvite and reinvite me?
Yes, no problem. Let me just get us back to the menu here. So that was match 1.
GG, you had me on the ropes there.
Match 1 going to Lilac. Again, as a reminder, this is a best 3 out of 5 series, so that means 2 more wins and Lilac earns a point for Team Almer, whereas Ansa still needs 3.
What? I thought it was one and done.
It's best of 5. No, it's best of 5.
Oh god.
You got
Ansa,
this.
I will give you the, I'll do the uninvite, reinvite now.
Yeah, at the very end there, I was trying to jump to block, and it was not letting me jump.
Oh my god.
Okay. Ansa,
And this
looks
is
like you're
against
back in.
Ansa.
Okay. Oh, there goes my graph. All right, I'll do my best.
Okay. Alright, well, let us jump back in. Again, no requests from chat for this one. All night tonight, as we are having the players take their preferred teams in order to make this a little bit more competitive for the Civil War.
Ooh, okay, Nest this time.
Nest of Trieste.
Who shall conduct?
Of course,
Wait,
Lilac won
hi
game
Cam.
1.
Hi Cam. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but hi. Waves.
Oh
Hi.
shoot.
Sorry, that's my friend.
That
My
was
friend
the
Cam
wrong
is in
one.
the chat. There's
Remember,
Scribe
we do
Snuff
have
in
the
announcement.
scribe snuff, so you can reset the masteries if you'd like.
Oh, wonderful.
It's on page 2. Those guys. yeah.
Sorry.
Hello, can you do that?
So obviously, we saw Lilac win the first match, and now the question becomes, do we see the players stick with a similar setup in this match, and maybe in Ansa's case, hope for a little bit better execution, as it was a close match, and maybe just 1 or 2 plays going the other way might change the outcome? Or do one or both players try to mix things up a bit here?
Okay. You're banned.
Ooh.
Alright, well, there is a speedy Almer for Team Almer. First time we are seeing one of the 2 players who this Rite Nite is inspired by.
By the way, this is kind of a rhetorical question, but I don't suppose there was any sort of inspiration for this Civil War's theme. Would there be any inspiration taken?
The savages, they're just so hot right now.
They're the in crowd. They're the ones you want to be.
Yes. Are you implying
I
that
see
Gareth is? Are you implying that Gareth is hot?
I'm implying that this may or may not be a walk-off, a runway show between Gareth and Almer.
So it's a battle of stylishness.
Perhaps.
I see.
I raise a Pamitha and you raise me a Pamitha.
Pamitha is just that good.
Pamitha is just that good.
Pamitha.
Ooh, it's restored by 20. Interesting.
I am a scared horse.
I hopefully will be able to still play because it's still blinking out quite a bit.
Frost King in Discord said, imagine we got Lorax versus Onslaught Civil War.
I thought Tumblr had left that long behind. Please, let's leave that behind.
No, let's not. It's history, it's culture.
I think that's history and culture that is best left buried for the archaeologists to try and figure out.
Now this is... Just counting it the other day, I think this is the 5th Civil War we've ever had. Speedy
Oh,
Bullfred
I'm very
versus
glad I got my
Quarterback
chest
Manly,
covered for this then.
Snapra versus the World.
How does it feel to be a part of
Christmas.
history, Ansa?
No, I think
Terrifying,
it's the 6th,
considering my computer is still glitching.
Fair.
You are gonna have 2 rekindlings? Is that what's about to happen?
Well, what if I am?
I am exhausted already.
That's understandable.
Where's my popcorn? Did I eat all my popcorn? I did not eat all my popcorn.
I'll have mercy on you this time.
Alright, it's a Tailwind
Pyre?
Crest
Where's that?
Jody in the last spot, and here we go for the second match between Lilac and Ansa. Again, Lilac won the first match, and this is a best 3 out of 5 series, so Lilac needs 2 more wins to clinch the series, whereas Ansa would need still to get all 3.
No! Get away from me!
Again, more infinite stamina from Lilac, this time though with Almer. As he plunged, but he has no prayer beats, so he is now gone in this round. Jody finds her way through for a 30 damage plunge.
Yes.
Almer.
Go.
Training for the marathon. But down he goes, and that means Lilac defenseless here. Time for Ansa to get the throw off. It's 16 damage. Lilac first to the orb with that savage salute. Then loses all but Jodariel. Jodariel, however, able to plunge in.
Yeah, this is a short match.
And that's 30 damage there, and I don't believe Ansa has rekindling. We were talking about it once again with Lilac. But I don't think Ansa has any, which means one score from either of Lilac's characters could have enough damage as long as they are maximum damage scores. Almer, continuing to possess the orb. But what is Lilac looking to do with it? Almer with a little more space now. Not quite space enough to find his way through.
Oh god.
Gertrude. For Ansa, blocked. And then banishes all of Lilac's characters. That means time for Ansa to plunge for 30 here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Ansa did have prayer beads, so Gertrude is back. And now only Jody for Lilac, who jumps in and takes the win. And in doing so, means that Lilac is off to a 2-0 lead here.
Very nice.
Okay.
GG.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
GG.
Alright. Let's head on back. Well played, you two.
Until
Hell
the
yeah.
next rite.
And that means, because
I
this is
cannot
best 3 out of
emphasize-
5, one more is all Lilac needs here.
Yell yeah.
Thanks. That doesn't put any pressure on me at all.
You're okay.
Thank you.
We can
Alright.
just commence.
Yeah, there are no requests from
Okay.
chat, so we're just gonna hop straight into the next one. See where we end up.
Let's go. Let's go, gamers.
Let's go, gamers.
Beyonders,
as the last time I'm using that comp. Ooh, I miss my infinite stamina.
Okay, so now we are at the Cairn of Haub.
Who shall conduct?
No
This will
requests
be
from chat, and as we were saying, you know, the players now, they've done a couple matches against each other, so to a certain extent, they may know what to expect. However,
The
Lilac
scribes are angry at me.
has disconnected. Let me get you back in.
Oh!
Wait, I just remembered something really bad. Oh no. Can anyone still hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you still, yeah.
Okay, I just remembered something really bad. For the last few days, for whatever reason, my internet starts blinking on and off, like, around this time. So, I don't know if this is related to that, but if I suddenly go offline for a few minutes at a time, that's why. Please have patience.
Okay,
Noted.
well, hopefully, at the very least, we can get you in and finish up this series.
Like, I'm not... If it chooses to do that today, if the forces that be choose to do that to me today, I don't know if I will be able to play anymore past this series, actually.
Well, yeah, hopefully, in that case, at the very least, we can get you in for one. So as I was saying, obviously these two have played a couple matches together. Thus far, those matches have gone in Lilac's favor. So one could argue that means that Lilac may not need to change much, as the status quo has been working in Lilac's favor. Jodariel does have a bit of a quickness hangover effect from the Tailwind Press.
I was gonna say, would it be possible to reset, but still request that we keep this arena?
We can do that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Cairn.
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 The Cairn.
Is that how you properly pronounce that?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
The Beyonders.
I think that's how AJ pronounces it, anyways. Although
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
what he says doesn't always stand for much.
Right.
I really like the fantasy sports tag.
Messenger Imp.
That's been there the whole time. Like,
It has.
So,
yeah,
For how long?
ever.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. Alright, so there is the Speedy Jody once again. We did hear Ansa mentioning in passing that maybe the setup would be a little different this time round.
not really. Just I'm having my infinite stamina back.
Oh no. Oh no.
New crest on Jodariel.
This setup better save me, I swear to god.
I don't think you need to swear to anything to save yourself. We got a pretty good play going on.
Mm-hmm. How many series are there going to be? Is there, like,
I
a
mean,
set
depends how long the series lasts. You know, if we get a bunch of 3-0s, then that would probably go faster than, you know, if every match has the maximum number of games, or if every series has the maximum number of games. Obviously, matches themselves can vary in length. So, we'll see. There isn't a hard limit.
Okay, big
All right.
auras.
Here we go. That is a very big aura team for Lilac here. As we were saying, the current state of the series is Lilac up 2-0 in his best 3 out of 5.
Okay, well, I'm sucking. I'm sucking hard today.
Ansa.
I am having my internet fucking...
Flamed again.
Oh my god, the internet. Okay, can you uninvite and reinvite me? Because the internet is glitching horrendously.
Oh no.
Like, to the point that the audio is chopping.
That's bad.
Yep. We love to see it. We love to see it.
Alright.
And it's a clear, beautiful day outside too, so it's not even like it's raining, and that's the problem with my internet. I think my internet just decided to do the thing. Okay.
The internet hates you today.
My internet hates me every day, gonna be honest.
Rip.
Alright, I'll give you guys a countdown. I'll go 3, 2, 1, go, and on go I'll hit resume. 3,
Okay.
2, 1, go. So Lilac with Iggy. Both players with some extra Pyre life from all those demons. Iggy making some moves, but down he goes.
Oh shit.
Oh, and Jody with a series of banishments for Ansa, but Iggy with a timely
I should've just
return for Lilac. Messenger in, blocked, and then banishes a couple. Now make that practically all of Lilac's characters. So they seem to be coming back just in the nick of time for Lilac. And the Moon Crest may have something to do with that, as it is activating quite a bit here, making it a little bit harder for Ansa to brute force through with the likes of casting and imploding with the imps to create additional space. And
There
eventually,
you go.
Lilac is able to break through with Ignarius. 30 damage on that plunge, but now no Iggy in this round. Lilac defenseless at the moment. Ansa through the portal. Looks to throw. And gets that one in for 20. But as we were saying before, both players with lots of starting Pyre life. Big implosion for Ansa.
Oh no.
But Iggy
Nah.
comes back quickly and once again does perhaps mess with what might have otherwise been Ansa's plan. But Ansa also has Mooncrest on a demon.
Oh, nope, not big enough.
Iggy knocks back some defenders.
Oh,
Sets up this 30 damage plunge. Once again, though, means no Iggy in this round for Lilac. This time it's Jody. She comes up just short. Ansa looks to throw with the imp. That time good for
Okay.
13.
Okay.
Jody rushed down by Bertrude. Now in possession. Outruns
I missed.
both Iggy and the Pyre, but eventually circles back and in for a 30 damage plunge, and I do believe she had prayer beads, Bertrude did. So she's back. Both teams at full strength here. Lilac in possession with Jodariel.
oh
Who's the
dear.
next to score?
It's completely frozen for me.
Oh,
It's
no.
completely frozen for me.
Completely frozen?
Okay, now
Okay.
it's back, but after Lilac scored, like the entire time that
Uh-huh.
between us starting again and Lilac scoring, I did not hear anyone and nothing was going for me.
Okay. I mean, I can
Really?
try
Ugh.
re-inviting you again. I don't know at this stage if that's gonna make much of a difference.
Let's just play it out and see.
A really stupid question. I forgot what it's called, but do you have like Wi-Fi or hardwired internet?
Oh, the hardware decoding thing on? Let's see.
Well, actually, that's
Come
not what I
on.
was going to suggest. I was just going to suggest like the thing you plug into your computer to connect
Ethernet?
it to the Ethernet. Is that
I do
plugged
not have
in? Oh.
I don't have an Ethernet cable long enough to do it, unfortunately.
Okay, because I was gonna say like the several months when my internet was really slow, it was because I just did not have my Ethernet cable plugged in, and I was like maybe that's the same
I've
thing
been
with
needing
you.
an
I don't
Ethernet
know.
cable for a hot minute, but I do not have an Ethernet cable. Let's see, remote play,
Mhm.
hardware decoding. Hardware decoding is off. So, rip me. It's all good.
All right.
Let's try.
So I'll give you guys a
Give this a
countdown
good
then.
old college try.
Yeah, we'll just give it a shot
Alright.
then. I'll give you 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we'll hit resume. 3,
Alright.
2, 1, go.
To each his own. On triumvirate
Oh,
stand.
God.
Lilac defenseless for a little bit here. Opportunity for Ansa. Throws for 15 with the imp.
No. No.
Ansa goes the banishment route. Once again, that Moon Crest makes it a little hard for that to be a go-to strategy, as we see both players getting some of their characters to come back from banishment nearly instantaneously. Hard to make much progress in that way. Big implosion there.
Hello? That's not what I wanted to do, but that works, I guess.
Jody for Ansa. Down goes Jody, but once again, Mooncrest activates. She returns quickly. Now Bertrude, directly through the portal and directly into an aura.
Everyone is getting banished.
This is true. Lots of banishments. Until eventually, Lilac able to push the defenders back and set up what may be
I think I might
Lilac's
have to
penultimate score,
forfeit
as
this
one more is likely all that
nope,
Lilac
I'm
would
back.
need. But Lilac defenseless here. So time for Onset to plunge. 30 damage there. Again, prayer beads on Bertrude, so she will return here. Big implosion. Once again, though, Mooncrest activates. And it activates again, much to Ansa's dismay.
Hello?
Much to Lilac's
Am I
glee.
going to work? Am I going to... Hello? Can I please move? There we go.
Go, 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 go. Go, baby girl.
Indeed.
So, got it right next to the Pyre, but Lilac with a quick banishment.
Someone there rose to the occasion.
Here's Jody for Lilac. Not quite enough to get the job done on that occasion.
Okay.
Ansa through the portal. Quickly banished, though.
Go, 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 go.
Everyone down at least for a minute there on Ansa's side, and nearly enough from Lilac there, but once again, Ansa does just enough to get the stop. Jody banished by Ignarius. Ignarius banishes another, picks up the orb. Him against Messenger Imp, who does get the stop. Messenger Imp, big implosion, but once again, Mooncrest activates. Lilac does still have a defender. Jody
Just
against
let me
Iggy.
score, man.
Never. I'm never letting anyone just win on me. I'm doing my damnedest.
What if I gave you money? I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
Whoa!
No.
There will be no
Hey,
bribery
it's
in the
me.
downside.
United in
Everyone down on
I'll give you
Lilac's
free
side.
Stardust.
Opportunity for a 30 damage demon plunge.
I'll give you a coupon to Falcon Runs. Just let me win.
Here comes Lilac, though Jody is stopped.
Oh, jeez, I'm
Bertrude
genuinely
for
scared
Ansa
now.
tries to jump in, but Lilac gets the block.
Oh, no.
Ansa back with Bertrude. Oh, last second
very
stop from
nice.
Jody. Now Jody against Messenger Imp, and Jody sneaks through for the winning plunge.
Very nice.
And with
GG.
that, Lilac wins the match and wins the series 3-0.
Right is ended.
And in doing so, takes the first point for Team Almer.
Yes.
Until the stars
GG.
align.
GG.
GG's, you two.
You gave me a run for my soul.
All right.
I think I'm
well,
gonna have to not play anymore. The internet. I was ready to forfeit
No.
actually because my internet was so bad.
I'm glad
Okay.
we at least got the chance to get you both in, even if there were some internet issues along the way.
GG.
Thank you both for stopping by.
GG.
I'm gonna give you both the boot so we can get a couple new people in here for the next
All
series.
right.
But GG's.
Boy.
Farewell.
Okay, and just take a minute here.
Oh, I'm assuming we return to the cackling imp chat.
Indeed.
Alrighty, farewell.
Fare thee well. We may look to get people in, as we were saying earlier, We can potentially get people in for a second or third time later on in the night, just with new matchups. Again, you know, of course, if there are other technical issues, then maybe people may just opt to call it a night altogether. But let me just update our scores here, as it is now 1-0 to Team Ulmer. And let me also throw in, let's see, is this Team Gareth as Ansa, and this team as Lilac. Okay, so let me know if there is anyone else who would like to get in here. I think I saw, who was it? Camilo saying he would like to get in. Murph is interested in representing Team Gareth. Let me just double check the order in which I saw people express interest. McCaw says still a free agent. Right. Yeah, Camilo said he's interested. Pour one out for the Gareth believers. Let's see. Yeah, Murph is planning to represent Team Gareth. Camilo is also thinking Team Gareth. Okay, so we might have 2 Gareths at the moment, which means we may be looking for a person for Team Ulmer in the next series. Do we have anyone on Team Ulmer who would like to participate in the next series? Looks like Phaler. Okay, Phaler will be Ulmering it up. Okay, and then we have, I think I saw Camilo technically raise his hand first, so if that works for you guys, we can go Camilo on Team Gareth against Phaler on Team Ulmer. And then we can look to get, was it McCaws or was it, no, it was Murph, right? Yeah, Murph saying he wants to represent Team Gareth, and we can get you in after that. Okay, so if that works for you guys, I'll start sending out the invites. Let's see. Camilo? Oops. I don't know what I just pressed, but it was not the invite button. There we go. Invite for Camilo and Phaler. I'm not seeing you at the moment.
Oh yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay,
here.
No worries.
Alrighty. How about now?
Let me check. Yes. Oops. Once again, managing to press all of the wrong buttons. There we go. Okay, and we'll flip back real quick to the rules. In case any of you guys missed it, let me know if either of you two have any questions, but as we were just talking about, between Ansa and Lilac, best 3 out of 5 series is the big picture.
Okay, hold up. Let me read because I don't know the rules.
Let me make sure.
All right.
Oh yeah, Camilo, you do have controls. Okay. Reset this. Camilo, I think you typically have different controls, right?
Let's see.
Okay. So yeah, these are... Did either of you have any questions about the rules before we start jumping into our next series?
Nope.
Negative.
Negative. All right. Let me just throw this screen back on then. So, and let me update our information here. So we have Phaler, who will be representing Team Ulmer, and we have Camilo, who will be representing Team Gareth. Are these the triumvirates you two are looking to be?
No.
No, I'm looking to be Fate.
Oh, okay.
I think Camilo's looking to be True Nightwings.
How did you know?
I don't know, man. I just have sort of the intuitive kind of grasp of these things. It just sort of
Why
it
are
was
you
revealed to me by the
using
scribes. Actually, I
see.
just received astral knowledge.
Oh man. Okay, well let me. Oh, that's the wrong button as well.
You
That's
got this, Luke.
Not Falcon Ron. That's a totally different story. Okay, there we go. All right, so let us hop in for this one. Best 3 out of 5 series between Phaler and Camilo. Phaler on Team Almer, Camilo Team Gareth. Whoever wins the series will earn a point for their team. At the moment, things stand Team Almer 1, Team Gareth 0.
Welcome.
No requests from chat for the entirety of the night tonight. You guys can take your preferred teams. Just no Orlek at all. You have, at the most, 1 Crone salute per match, per person. And you cannot pick the captain of the opposing team, or at least, Team Almer cannot pick Gareth, Team Gareth cannot pick Almer. That is just about everything. So we saw Phaler lead off with none other than Almer, of the quick-throwing ninja variety, and then Web Lanthorn on Raji in the second spot. So that's 2 Fate members thus far. Whereas Camilo went first with Volfred. And now in the second spot, it's Prayer Beads Pamitha. Phaler in the last spot will go with a Speedy Ignarius. And it'll be a Power Casting Headwind in the last spot for Camilo. So alright, here we go. Our first matchup between these two. Phaler and Camilo. Phaler, both players picking the Triumvirate that matches the team they represent. So straightforward from that standpoint. Here is Camilo now with Headwind. And Pamitha. Perhaps stalling, waiting for some of his teammates to return. Now it's Volfred with that Nutrition Stick, helping to set up a quick 5 damage throw. Camilo again with Volfred, nearly got a quick throw off there once again, but Phaler able to get the banishment just in time. Iggy now for Phaler. Down he goes. Pamitha for Camilo. Switches into Volfred, who tried to blink straight in. The Phaler was in position to get the stop, and now it's Phaler on the attack with Almer. His throw lands for the full 20 damage. Camilo first to the orb, but a few banishments along the way. Now it's Camilo with Headwind. Oh, and Phaler, with the lightning-fast blink, stole the orb right out from under Camilo and quickly gets a score there. Camilo, back to Volfred, back to throwing, and it's 8 damage this time. Camilo first to the orb again, though loses Volfred in that exchange, loses everyone in that exchange, in fact. But the Numbing Gust slows Phaler down significantly, and gave Camilo enough time to get the interception, stop that attack from Phaler, and now it's Camilo not even sacrificing a teammate, just pushing a teammate into a defender to create more space, set up that Pamitha plunge, and she had Prayer Beads, so she is back here. Now Iggy quickly banished from that Power Casting Headwind. Almer's turn now for Phaler, but he goes down to the sapling. Once again, that time it is a sacrifice for Camilo, but it leaves just Headwind remaining. He hangs out within the relative safety of the sapling until his teammates return. Wolfred, not quick enough. Here's Phaler, whose throw is intercepted by Pamitha, who pushes her way in for a 20 damage plunge. With the prayer beads, she will return, and Almer quick enough to get the orb and throw it in before Camilo can get the sapling in position. That orb race is very interesting as Phaler wins the race and quickly scores once again, and one score might be all that Phaler needs here. Camilo does have a sap, but has at times opted not to go the rekindling route, and with the numbing gust especially, that may not be the case here. We may be about to find out. Oh, but the sapling does just enough to stop Phaler there. Camilo just hanging on. Pamitha, back to Wolfred, back to Pamitha, who plunges in here for 20. And again, Phaler sneaks in to take the orb, though Camilo wins it back quickly. Stalls here with Pamitha. And back to Wolfred, back to Pamitha. Pamitha down. Camilo gets rid of Almer. Phaler moves in aggressively with his imp, sets up a very dangerous portal. Almer tries to go the jumping route, gets the orb back. His throw intercepted by Headwind. Camilo gets it back, but then Phaler gets it back quickly. Orb lands within the safety of Camilo's sapling. Camilo able to scoop it back up. Now with Pamitha, but she's stopped. Almer for Phaler. The throw intercepted by Headwind. Camilo back with Headwind. The sapling does just enough to protect him. Pamitha gets rid of one defender, then goes in for a 20 damage plunge. Phaler again, first to the orb here. Throw intercepted. Camilo with Wolfred, back to Pamitha. Pamitha, harp pushes again. Drops Phaler down to 22. Theoretically possible now for Camilo as well to get enough damage. It would need to be from his sap, though. Anyone else would not have enough to get it in one go. But right now it's Almer, and it's just enough for Phaler to take the win in game 1. GG.
GG.
Well played,
GG. Well played.
All right. Well then, as we were saying, this is a best 3 out of 5 series. Phaler has now taken game 1 of that series, meaning he needs 2 more. Camilo still needs 3. No requests from chat for this one, so we're just gonna jump straight back in and we'll see what adjustments, if any, the players choose to make.
The Fate versus the True Nightwings. Welcome.
All right. We are, for what it's worth, at Phaler's home arena here, the Spring of Jomir. And it was what proved to be a very close match, so it'll be interesting to see once again, do the players say, all right, what we did last time was enough to be competitive, or does either player opt to make some adjustments as a little bit of BM, perhaps, from Phaler there? He throws a Cursed Talisman on Gareth, the character that he's not even allowed to take. But here's Almer in the first spot again, though this time not going the speedy throw route. Instead, it is Bright Wisp for the automatic pass whenever Almer gets banished with the orb. Then it's Legendary Talisman on Gilman for Camilo for the extra jumping distance, so both players already mixing things up at least a little bit. As it's back to Webbed Lanthorn Raji for Phaler. Speedy Jody is Camilo's second choice. And Prayer Beads saluting Zaxiana for Phaler in the last spot. Camilo goes Prayer Beads on Gareth. And here we go for game 2 of the series. Phaler up 1-0. That is Jody getting a few banishments here, but then she goes down herself. Zoxiana. Now back with Camilo with very quick Gilman. Throwing this one in for 9. And a tie for the initial orb race there, seemingly. As Camilo's worm throw a little bit off the mark. Phaler recollects. Now with Zoxiana. She's blocked, then switches into Almer, but he's banished. Camilo with Gareth. Down he goes. The worm throw this time connects for 9 once more. Orb race goes to Phaler this time, and he jumps straight in. Now, he does not have prayer beads. So that means he is Almerless in this round. Phaler with Zoxiana. Down she goes. Jody on the attack for Camilo. Down she goes. Raji returns. Gilman stopped, and then Phaler tries to swap out of his harp, but he only had the harp at that point in time. That is one of the challenges. When some of the characters are permanently gone in a round, might disrupt some of the setup the players had in mind, but opportunity here for Phaler to get an uncontested 20 damage harp score. And he had prayer beads on Zoxiana, so even after that plunge, still at full strength here, but Camilo looking for the quick answer, and this time it's a full 15 from the worm throw. Phaler gets the initial orb race, but there is his talisman activating, automatically passing the orb to his teammate even when Almer gets banished. So to a certain extent, that is even part of the plan to get banished there, but Camilo throws it in for 13 with Gilman once more. And it has been a lot of Gilman here for Camilo. This time it's 15. Almer straight in with the jump again. But once again, no Almer in this round, which, as we were saying, did make things a little bit trickier for Phaler. And this time it's Gareth leaping straight in for 20. For Camilo, he had prayer beads, so Camilo's still at full strength, and it means one score potentially all Camilo needs here. Gilman would not have enough, at least not without a seize chance, but anyone else theoretically could do enough to finish it with one score, but right now it's just Gilman. He waits for Jody's return, but in the meantime, Phaler picks it up with Zoxiana, nearly able to make it in, but Camilo gets the stop. Now it's Raji, blocked, and now banished. Camilo doesn't have quite enough time to get in with Jodario there. So Camilo patiently waits for the right opportunity, but that throw is a little bit short. But continuing to apply the pressure, yet Phaler gets it back. Now a little more space for Phaler to maneuver with Zoxiana. Zoxiana again. Down she goes. Now Almer for Phaler. Trying to find the right angle, but he's blocked that time. Back with Camilo. Jody knocks back one defender, but gets banished by the second. Phaler still has Almer there, but his throw is intercepted. Camilo, just Gilman, thinks about waiting for the reinforcements, does get Jody back. There's once again the automatic pass, giving it to Zoxiana in the process. It's Camilo once more, this time it's Gareth by himself. Stalls a bit. Gilman returns. Back to Gareth.
Quite an exchange.
Down goes Gilman. Down goes Gareth. Gilman against Almer now. Almer with a big leap straight in. It's 20 more damage, but now the problem is Phaler is a character down in a time where the margin for error is quite small. This round will be key. Could it be the decisive one? Gilman. A little more space to maneuver. The throw lands, but as we were saying, Gilman was not going to have enough damage. That one's just 9, but at this point now, any of Camilo's characters would have sufficient damage, but Phaler with the answer, with a 20 damage plunge, It's a 1-score game for Camilo, but it is likely just a 2-score game for Phaler. So anyone could still take this. As Phaler first to the orb there. And room perhaps for Phaler with his imp for a 15 damage plunge, and now anyone could do it. 1 score for either player. Phaler tries to go the jumping route with Ulmer, gets the orb back, over jumps the Pyre on the first attempt, but on the second go, Phaler gets the win.
Good game.
GG.
But no,
Well played, you two.
the rite is done.
Alright, well with that, that means Phaler takes game 2 in this best 3 out of 5 series, meaning he only needs 1 more to earn an additional point for Team Ulmer. Whereas Camilo needs the 3. Let's hop in for the next one and see where we end up.
The fate shall now face the true knight.
It's the Isle of Kaelmer,
Welcome.
certainly an arena where anything could happen. Both these matches thus far have been quite close. One change either way, and the results may have been different. So how do the players choose to react to that? As Phaler once again BMs Gareth with the Cursed Talisman, only to immediately follow up with taking Ulmer, this time with the quick throwing ninja setup. The response from Camilo, it's a power casting headwind. Now Web Lanthorn Raji for Phaler. Camilo goes Ashen Coal for the extra Pyre life from Volfred.
Choose someone.
Phaler goes Speedy Bertrude in the last spot. You cannot take Ulmer. Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Camilo responds by putting a Cursed Talisman on Ulmer, much like Phaler did with Gareth. Was wondering what that was all about for a second there. As it is Exploding Gilman in the final spot for Camilo. At the start of Game 3, the series currently stands 2-0 to Phaler, as Phaler is the one getting us started with a 20 damage throw from his Savage Ulmer. Ulmer first to the orb there, his throw through the defense and in for 20. And the imps are crowding around the center of the arena, making it a little hard for either player to make their way through. Oh, and the shield helping to set up Headwind, although he does still end up going down. Now it's back with Phaler on Ulmer, only to be banished. Now Headwind. Oh, big power cast from him, although Phaler responds, and nearly with a quick counterattack from Ulmer, except now it is once again reversed, and it's the counter attack for 25 damage on a Seize Chance Gilman for Camilo. Edwin. Down he goes. Phaler with an opportunity here, uncontested, for 15 damage on the Imp throw. Ulmer first to the orb, tries to navigate through those auras and does find an opening for that 20 damage throw once again. Ulmer, this time it's intercepted. Edwin, over to Gilman, by himself here, but had the infinite stamina at least for a moment. Ulmer again, this time 19 on the throw rather than the full 20. We'll see if that 1 damage Phaler left on the table proves to be significant. It is Phaler back in possession now. Only for Headwind to scoop it back up, but he's quickly banished. Ulmer for Phaler, trying to find a way through those auras and also those imps. Of course, they may have a say in this match yet. Gilman. Oh no, Ulmer emerging here, only to be captured by Volfred. Headwind. Waits. Now just Volfred. There's a bit of a wall in that corner of the arena between the sapling and those imps. Gilman emerges and nearly had an opening, but Phaler gets the right angle to cut Camilo off. Camilo cuts off the throw. Phaler teleports to the orb, but gets banished nonetheless. Camilo now with Headwind. Ulmer keeping the pressure on. Headwind trying to flee to the safety of the sapling. Picks the orb back up. Gets the help of the sap team shield, but it still wasn't enough to protect Headwind. Gilman. Sniped. Bertrude. Blocked.
Good.
Ulmer locked and banished. Headwind. Shielded. Hopscotching, but not hopscotching hard enough. Bertrude for Phaler. Banished here. Headwind. Shielded. Phaler patient, able to get the banishment after the shield expires. Gilman fakes and then makes his move, and then banishes almost, well, yes, the entirety of Phaler's team, which means time for a full 20 damage throw for Headwind, which is good for not only the damage, but also 10 leech back for Camilo. That could prove to be significant. Huge power cast from Headwind. Opportunity here for another uncontested 20 damage score and 10 leech. And in doing so, Camilo takes the lead. Oh, but Phaler with the very quick answer from the Ulmer throw. Ulmer again, this time intercepted. Big cast from Headwind. Here's Gilman. Gilman banishes one defender, but sacrifices himself in the process. Headwind banishes one defender, but now it's Phaler on the attack. Down goes Bertrude. Gilman for Camilo. Headwind for Camilo gets one banishment with the sap shield. Tries, oh, he actually shoulder smashed the defender there. Nearly created enough space in the process, but Headwind does still get banished nonetheless. It's Gilman, that throw might be short though. Phaler able to recollect. But everyone down on Phaler's side. Does Camilo have time for another Headwind score? He goes the plunging route, but Stubborn Flame is active because Camilo was in the lead. So it's only 10 damage, it's only 5 leech. Not nearly as valuable as those previous Headwind scores were. Hedwyn is now gone in this round because he plunged without prayer beads, making this round especially challenging for Camilo.
How brazen.
Here is Gilman. Right now, he's by himself. Can't find a way past Bertrude, at least not without going down himself. And the throw from Phaler, it's good for 20. And Phaler could have enough damage here if it is with Bertrude. But as we saw before, Camilo does have some leech potential. The math can change. Ulmer, his throw is good for 20, and there it is. As we were saying, that one time when Phaler threw for 19, we were asking ourselves, might that be significant later on? And it sure is, because that is why Camilo still is holding on now with the 1 Pyre life. Gilman, or Camilo, finds a way through. It's a plunge for 15. It's not enough, but it does reduce Phaler's Pyre life, and now it is a 1-score game for either player with any exile. But Camilo defenseless. Opportunity now for Phaler, except Camilo has rekindling. He holds on with 10 from the second life bar. Phaler tries to get the quick answer to finish it off with Ulmer. But Camilo still has it. 10-10. 1 score for either player would do the trick. Who has it in them? Is it Bertrude? Not this time. Camilo with Gilman. Locked. Banishes 1 defender, but loses Gilman in the process. Bertrude on one side. Ulmer the other, and Ulmer takes the
GG's. Well
win
played.
for Phaler. GG. Well played, you two.
Is complete.
What a matchup indeed. Phaler wins the series 3-0, but I think it might have been a 1-score match on every single game. All right. Well played, you two. That is the end of that series, so I will give you both the boot. But we may see you guys later. If you are still interested and available later on, we may look to get you in different matchups. So stay tuned. Phaler, you may have already fled. Looks like it. Okay. So let's head on back to this screen here, as we now can confirm, first of all, that the score has changed, as Team Ulmer off to an early lead here, taking the first 2 series. And let us also add the players. So again, once you have played a match, once you've played a series, you lock in your stance on a given team. So we now have Ansa and also Camilo on Team Gareth, and that means we can confirm we have not only Lilac, but now also Phaler on Team Ulmer. Okay, so let me know if there is anyone who would like to jump in for the next one, the next series. So close to Garething thrice in a row. So close indeed. All right, I think we had Murph saying he was looking to get in for Team Gareth. So I think Murph is first in line on that front. If we have anyone on Team Ulmer who would like to face off against Murph, let me know. Makasu, I know Makasu had said earlier you were on the fence as to whether you were going to be Team Ulmer or Team Gareth. Are you looking to commit Team Ulmer? Just to confirm. You are committing to Almer. Okay. All right then. I think that means let us get you two in here. Let me see. Here is McCoss. Here is Murph. Just throw this screen back on real quick in case anyone missed it. These are the rules. This is the setup, the system for today's Civil War. Let me know, McCoss and Murph, if you guys have any questions about this, but hopefully at this point, after we've seen a few matches, people have a pretty good sense of what we're working with here.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Okay. Throw this screen back out.
I think I'm good to go.
Okay, let's just make sure. Ooh, wait. Do I have you both in yet? In game?
Sorry,
yeah,
no, not yet.
Oh, okay.
I am trying to click your invite, but
I can resend it if you want.
Yeah, please. It's not letting me click it.
That's weird. Okay, no worries.
Yeah,
No
that's
worries.
new.
Oh, let's see. Cancel and resend. Okay,
Another
let me know.
Steam
Hopefully that one
classic.
works. Did that one work, McCaws?
No, like it's
what?
it's showing me in my taskbar that it's there, it's minimized, but it's not coming up on my Steam overlay.
That's weird.
What
I mean, in the past, whenever there have been issues with remote play like this, my default has been to check to see if there are any Steam updates.
Yeah,
that
let
may
me.
have yet to be installed. I mean, I can check as well if we'd like. You just do it.
It's probably on my end since y'all aren't having any issues with it. It's like that's so weird. All right, yeah, I'm gonna close out of Steam real fast. Let's see if that
just give
helps.
it a shot. Give Steam a quick reboot.
Yeah, sorry everyone.
Yeah, no worries. Some say sabotage, some say skill issue. It's all a matter of perspective, I'm afraid.
And the Gareth players have resorted to some skullduggery to score
Whoa,
down here.
whoa. We can neither confirm nor deny the source of this issue.
I mean, if I gotta dug some skulls to get Gareth the win, Gareth's getting his win. That's all I'll say.
Alright, I suppose while we are waiting for McCoss, I'll just go back to this screen right here. So again, you guys probably know at this point, but we'll have another 3 out of 5 series. There we go. Sounds like at least. I just got McCoss in game.
Alright, yeah, we're there.
Okay, nice. So if you guys could just confirm who is player 1 and who is player 2 for me, that'd be great.
I am player 1.
Okay.
Player 2.
Perfect. Let me set you guys up then. Murph. And Nichols. Okay, and are these the triumvirates you guys are going to use as well?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
There we are. Alright, so no requests from chat for this one. Just going to have a best 3 out of 5 series between Murph and McCoss. If Murph wins, that is a point for Team Gareth. If McCoss wins, it is a point for Team Almer. Don't let the fact that McCoss is using the True Nightwings distract you from the fact that he is not representing Team Gareth, who is a member of the True Nightwings. Confusing though that may seem, he is a member of Team Almer. Right? True Nightwings Almer? Question mark?
The Pyre Hearts shall confront the true Nightwings. Welcome.
Alright.
Who shall conduct the rites.
As a reminder, the only restrictions on your team composition are Oralek is banned. You can have a maximum of 1 Feral Curse Crone Salute per match, per player. And Team Almer cannot pick Gareth. Team Gareth cannot pick Almer. Other than that, whatever setup you would prefer, that's all up to you. As it's Prayer Beads Pamitha in the second spot for Macaws. Murph has gone Jody, Pamitha, and now with the last pick, it's a Super Portal Webbed Lanthorn Tizo, whereas Macaws Camilo. All going perfectly according to plan. Right, it is a Webbed Lanthorn Messenger into the last spot for Macaws, and here we go for the start of this series between Murph and Macaws. Again, Murph is representing Team Gareth, Macaws representing Team Almer. Let us see how they fare.
That one almost got through.
Here's Murph through the portal. Jody quickly banished. Murph keeping the pressure on, though. Macaws in possession, nonetheless. A little bit stuck there with Bertrude. Macaws gets us started with a 20 damage plunge from his harp. And with Prayer Beads, Pamitha does return. Macaws looking for the quick follow-up with his Crone. That attack is stopped, as is Murph's following attack. Macaws this time, once again with the Crone. Murph able to stop that too. Murph switches into Jody, who makes it in for a 30 damage plunge. Macaws first to the orb and first to plunge in this round. 30 damage from his Crone, but no Prayer Beads on Bertrude. She is now gone in this round. And at the moment, it is just Pamitha for Macaws. She's stopped, but Messenger Imp does return. He's back to make that stop, and with Web Lanthorn, that brings back Pamitha as well. Pamitha, she's banished. Now Murph, with Jody, she jumps in. That's another 30 damage. But that means no Jody in this round, so a little more room for Macaws, but doesn't have enough time for that Crone throw. Here comes Bertrude and Pamitha once more. Pamitha pushed away and banished by the opposing Pamitha. And Murph, by going through the portal, gets infinite stamina for a little bit, and that helps to set up this 20 damage plunge, and it means one score might be all that Murph needs here. I don't recall seeing Macaws take any form of rekindling. I don't think he has any leech either. Jody. Banished. That means at least at the moment, Murph defenseless, and a quick answer from Macaws. But it now means no Bertrude in this round. More room for Murph, and with that Pamitha plunge, it is game 1 to Murph and Team Gareth. GG.
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 Well played, you two. Alright, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
No requests from chat, so we'll hop straight into the next one and we'll see where we end up. Notably, that is the first win, I think, of any series for Team Gareth. Of course, Team Gareth would still need 2 more wins in this series from Murph in order to seal a point.
Welcome.
We will see how these two choose to approach Game 2 It is Prayer Beats Pamitha in the lead for Murph in what might be our first match in the book so far today. Chat says they're just requesting a good time. Well, we've had some good matches, for sure. Oh, heads up, you do have, yeah, the hangover effect on Joe Dariel there. She has -2 quickness at the moment. So instead it is Speedy Ignarius for Murph. As McCoss led Barker. Now chooses a quick throwing Manly. Weblanthorn Tizo is the final choice for Murph. And McCoss will go Exploding Deluge with the final choice. So here we go. In Game 2, between Murph and McCoss, Murph took Game 1 for Team Gareth. But we saw, I think, some pretty significant changes from both teams here. Maybe a little more of a dramatic difference on McCoss's side, as I'm not sure we have a single character who's the same from the previous match. Here's Iggy for Murph, but his attack is thwarted. There is the quick throw from Manly, although Murph in position to intercept the throw. McCoss now with Deluge, who has Seize Chance active, but the throw doesn't land. Murph with the Imp, banished. And McCoss now on the quick counter with Deluge. It's a 15 damage throw. Murph. Tizo, the Tine Tooth stun, slows Murph down and gives a little bit of time for McCoss, who does manage to use that, setting up a 25 damage throw from that quick throwing Manly. Iggy, dispossessed. Barker, that Titan Tooth, it's causing some trouble, as you can see. Not sure. Seems like McCoss was starting to charge up a throw there, but momentum took him in for a plunge. It means no Barker in this round. The throw, of course, for Kurz maxes out at 15 rather than the 20 damage you can get from a plunge, so that is the choice that McCoss chose to make. Ooh, and some tricky maneuvering there from Murph, helping to set up a 20 damage plunge with his harp, who did have Prayer Beats, so she is back. Here's McCoss. Deluge blocked, but then explodes, taking out many of Murph's characters. McCoss again with Barker, and this time goes straight in for a 20 damage plunge. Again, means no Barker in this round. McCoss with Manly tries to set up the throw, but it's intercepted. Oh, and Murph had a dangerous portal. Sets up a quick harp plunge there. McCoss, first to the orb. Loses 2 exiles, though, leaving just Deluge remaining at the moment. He stalls long enough to get Barker back with his Titan Tooth, stuns the defender, sets up another plunge. And at this point, one score potentially, all that McCoss needs. I don't believe Murph has any Leech or Rekindling. And any of Makos's characters would potentially have enough damage, including Deluge. Murph with Pamitha. Harp pushes her in for a 20 damage plunge. That time the Titan Tooth did stun, but Murph was ready to use the Harp Salute to swap out of the stun. Makos. Deluge waits for reinforcements. Here they come with Barker, and with that plunge, Makos takes the win, leveling the series at 1 game apiece.
Such a well-conducted victory it was.
GG.
GG.
The ceremony is complete.
All right. Let's head on back then.
Until the stars align.
So we are tied up. 1 game to Murph, 1 game to Makos. Let's hop back in, see where we end up.
The Pyre Hearts shall now face the true Nightwings. Welcome.
And it is the Cairn.
Who
And now
shall
that both
conduct
players
the
have
rites?
tasted victory, does that color their approach for this match?
Pamitha,
Do they focus on what they succeeded with in their win? Do they continue to try to dishonor their opposition by putting bad talismans on the characters they aren't even allowed to take? I mean, that was a legendary talisman, for what it's worth. I feel like the message is a little bit different in that case, even if perhaps the Savage legendary talisman is not the one held in the highest of regard.
Legendarily awful.
Some may say. Speedy Joe Dariel from Murph. So do the players double down on the things they've succeeded with, or do they focus on trying to counter what their opponents have done well with in the past? They have a sense for both what works for them and what works for their opponents. As Titan Tooth was a big factor for Makos last time, we do now see Murph taking it. The previous one was Makos, so we are tied up at 1 game apiece right now. As Makos goes speedy, saluting Bertrude. Webbed Lanthorn Super Portal Tizo, that's Murph's last choice.
Ooh, nope. Just kidding. Not just kidding.
Curveball. Rare Beads Pamitha, that's the final choice for Makos, and here we go. Both players looking to establish a lead in the series. Here's Makos switching in
honor of the scribes.
to set up a 30 damage prone plunge, but no prayer beads means no Bertrude in this round. And at the moment, just Pamitha. And no one to stop Jody, at least not at the moment, until Almer makes a timely return.
All banished.
But with him gone, once again, time for Murph, except not time enough. That's a couple of times Jody was sitting on the doorstep of Makos's Pyre, but unable to capitalize on those opportunities, and instead it's Makos
Shall the true
plunging here.
Nightwings press their luck, perhaps?
Following up with a quick throw for 20 damage as well. And what might have been a draw for the initial race to the Pyre, and then some speedy maneuvers there from Makos's Crone, and Makos gaining some momentum here. Dangerous portal for Murph, although Makos back in possession with Pamitha. She's blocked.
Alma banished.
Almer banished.
A foul
And
return
Pamitha
of
banished
the
as well. That was the opportunity that Murph was looking for before, and on that occasion settles for the plunge even without prayer beads, perhaps remembering those times when he wasn't able to do anything with Jody, despite being close to the Pyre before, because I'd rather get some damage and lose Jody in the process. If that's the cost, then I will accept that. Well, that does mean more time and space for Macaws in that round, so he's able to get a score in. But now it is Macaws who has less characters available to defend, so more space for Murph to capitalize on. He sets up with a 30 damage plunge, but at this point, one score, potentially all that Macaws needs, and there it is. GG. Fast-paced game, and with it, Macaws takes the lead in the series 2-1.
The rite is complete.
Well played, you two. GG. Alright, let's head on back.
Till the next rite.
And let's hop back in. So it means Macaws needs just one more win to seal the series and take another point for Team Almer,
Shall confront
whereas Murph
the
needs to
true
go
Nightwings.
2 in a row here
Welcome.
in order to earn a point, the first
Who
point
shall
for
conduct
Team Gareth.
The rites.
So Murph goes Power Casting Lendl. Macaws goes Quick Throwing Manly. Rare Beads Pamitha is the second choice for Murph. Oh, heads up, you have the hangover effect on Bertrude.
Bertrude, you need to chill out with that. You're getting too old.
And Leech on Udmilda for Macaws.
Volfred.
Quick Throwing Rekindling Volfred for Murph.
This is a bad idea.
Have you already taken the salute on one of your just double checking? Have you already taken the salute on your other crone?
She's got Stubborn Flame.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, so it is a speedy saluting second crone. Macaws having some reservations about that choice, but does take it nonetheless. Orb unclaimed. Murph scoops it up with Pamitha. Lendl now. And a little bit of room here. Shoulder smashes the defender. In fact, gets rid of everyone. And although there may be a numbing gust, Murph is close enough to plunge there with Lendl nonetheless, but it does mean no Lendl in this round. And right now, it is only Volfred for Murph. Well-placed sapling for Macaws, looking to set up this sap throw, which lands for 23, slightly less than the maximum.
The fate's adversaries may as yet
Another well-placed sapling for Macaws, using the exploding sapling to great effect as well. Oh, but then tries to bring in the crone, and he may not have had time to do that, as Lendl now able to sweep up.
Ah, Lendl.
On the second attempt, not enough time for the Crone throw either. The Numbing Gust activates, but this time Murph far enough away that he isn't able to make it all the way over to Makos's Pyre. And Udmilda plunging now for 30. Another sapling locking down the orb for Makos and allowing Makos to have time to explode the sapling, taking out all the defenders and giving time to throw that one in for 25. Now that does mean one score could be all Makos needs to trigger the rekindling, but Murph does have rekindling. So this is not a one-score game. As we are seeing here, there is still 50 Pyre life for Murph. Makos nearly sidestepped, but Pamitha able to win out on that duel. Switches to Lendl, but he's banished. Makos goes for the unblockable throw. It's good for 21, which means just enough damage that it is possible now for Makos to finish this with one score from a Crone. Anyone else would not have enough damage, and it needs to be just about the maximum at that. Does Murph have the range? He does. Gets that one for 25. Oh, and don't forget, Makos took some leech on one of those Crones, so in doing so, healed back some of the damage that Murph did. Makos breaks out the Crone salute, and with that, takes the win not only for the match, but for the series as well.
What a crushing victory it was.
GG.
EG.
Let's end this night's
Well played, you two.
proceedings.
Manly's night out with the ladies.
Apparently. Well, it did work out for
Until
Team
the
Almer.
next Rite.
As we were saying, that means Makos wins the series 3-1 and earns a point for Team Almer. As the series is now concluded, I will get you guys out of here, but we will be looking for new members from Team Almer and Team Gareth to take their places. Did I get both? I only kicked one of you. The other one might have just left of your own accord. Hold on. Did I get the other person? There we go. Murph, you're free as well. Okay. Let me swap back on over here then, because that means momentum is shifting significantly in Team Almer's favor here, as they now stand a 3-0 lead. And we can now add Makos to that team, alongside, on Team Gareth, Murph. Alright, so Core is saying he's up for representing Team Gareth. So that means we would have someone in for Team Gareth. We would need someone from Team Almer to face off against Core. And at this point, I know we were saying at the beginning that, once someone has played in a series, we'll swap in, get someone else to represent their team. At this point, now that we've had a few series and had multiple people playing from each team, we could potentially get people back in as long as it's a new matchup. So if, for example, Core wants to come in, represent Team Gareth, and we don't have anyone else for Team Almer, we could go back to someone who has already played on Team Almer's side. But Anor, ready to hop in for Team Almer. Okay, so we could do some Core versus Anor action. All right then. In that case, let me get you guys some invites here. Should be on their way. And as a reminder, while we're waiting for them to get in, we'll just throw this screen on up here. Give you a sense of the setup, the rules. The basics are, of course, best 3 out of 5 series. For the most part, players taking their preferred teams with a couple of restrictions. But I think we have them both in. Any questions, Core or Nor, about the Civil War Protocol? Or are you guys good to go? Looks like we have them both in. So let me start setting them up here. I take it this is Core on player 1
Yeah,
and
I'm
Anor
player
player
one.
2?
I'm player 1.
Okay.
That's me.
Okie-doke. And are these the triumvirates we're looking for today?
Yeah, I'm down to keep the triumvirate.
Core's going to be Pyre Hearts, Anor will be Chastity today. Okay. There we go. Alright, so that means we'll have a best 3 out of 5 series between Core and Anor. Anor representing... I should have gone the other direction. There we go. Anor representing Team Almer, Core representing Team Gareth. Whoever wins the series will earn a point for their team. Fair enough, Anor. Alright, why don't we hop in, get ourselves started in what will be our 4th series of this Civil War. Stream does look frozen. Okay, one moment. Fortunately, nothing happened on just the setup screen. Give me just a second here, guys.
Who shall conduct the rites?
That usually does the trick. Alright, so we landed at the Pit of Malith. But none of the players have selected any of their characters yet.
Okay.
We should be ready to go now.
What do I pick, Lids?
It's a quick throwing manly for Core. As a reminder, the only restrictions we have here with your team selections are Orlek is banned. You have a limit of 1 barrel curse, the Crone Salute, per player per match, so you can't spam multiple of those in the same match. And you are not allowed to... Team Gareth is not allowed to take Almer. Team Almer not allowed to take Gareth. And that is it. So it was quick throwing sap on one side, it is auto passing Almer on the other.
Okay, that was very cheeky.
Core now goes Web Lanthorn on Messenger Imp in the second spot. Anor goes Titan Tooth on Pamitha. Nora's last choice. Kor goes with a leeching, saluting Udmilda. Yeah, I fixed it, Camilo, no worries. It was frozen for a second there, but we're good now. And it is Tizo in the last spot for Anor, and here we go for the start of our 4th series between Kor and Anor this time. Kor is representing Team Gareth, Anor is representing Team Almer. Best 3 out of 5, whoever wins the series earns a point for their team. At the moment, things stand 3 points to nothing. Team Almer. And it is Team Almer getting us started here with Anor plunging for 20 with none other than Almer. So he's gone in this round, and so Kor just goes straight on in with his crone. I believe he had leech on that crone. Yes, so that was actually net 45 points, that score.
The orb is up.
Anor gets the stop, goes through her portal. And was going for the throw, but in that time, gave Kor the chance to set up a sapling and banish Anor before she got the throw off. Kor banished close to Anor's Pyre. Wins it back, though. Eyeing the portal, but so is Anor.
Positively brutish.
Goes through it and sets up a portal directly on top of Anor's Pyre this time, which could be an automatic score if Kor gets the orb back, which he has now done, except he is already next to the Pyre, so he throws that one in for 25 from his sap. Anor wins the orb race. Has it now with Pamitha. Titan Tooth stuns, although Kor able to respond quickly enough to get the stop and then set up a sap throw slightly less than the maximum. 24 rather than 25. Not sure that's going to make a huge difference given the amount of damage Kor can potentially deal with his remaining characters, but that remains to be seen. There's the Feral Curse that Kor uses. However, Anor had possession. Kor gets the banishment, gets the orb, gets the score, and gets the win. GG.
Overwhelmed their adversaries utterly.
Well played, you two.
The rite is done.
And that means that with that win, Kor gets a 1-0 lead in this best 3 out of 5 series. Kor again representing Team Gareth, Anor, Team Almer. So let's pop back in and see where we land this time.
The Pyre Hearts versus the Chastity.
It'll be the nest.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And there will be a nutrition stick Volfred in the first spot for Kor. Which Anor will answer with a nutrition stick Volfred of her own. In the second spot, Kor takes a leeching Gareth. Whereas Anor goes Prayer Beads Pamitha. Kor, I think, knows that he's not allowed to take Almer. Instead, going with the stowaway here. Oh, okay, Anor may recognize this composition that Kor is going with. Does that mean she has anything planned for how to answer it? We shall see.
Choose.
As she will go Titan Tooth Tizo in the last spot. So here we go. Match 2 in this best 3 out of 5 series between Core and Anor. Core won game 1, and everyone is down on Anor's side, but with that numbing gust, Core unable to do much, at least until Anor gets a character back, which she has now done with Volfred, who is starting to charge up the throw, but Core able to get rid of that sap before the throw is released. Core now putting up a fight near Anor's Pyre, wins it back right next to the Pyre, and able to plunge quickly for 20. That was Gareth, but he did not have prayer beads, so he is gone in this round. Here is the numbing gust now affecting Anor. Did have Tizo next to the Pyre. Still was not able to get in with him, though. Dangerous portal that Anor has here. Numbing gust now slowing Core, at least momentarily. Anor eyeing the portal. So is Core. It's dangerous. It's not quite close enough to be an automatic score, but it's awfully close to that. And Anor tries to make her move, but Core was ready. Now here's Core on the attack with a little bit of a black magic jump there, curving around the defender and in for a 20 damage plunge, and had prayer beads on the stowaway. So she is still in for this round, although at the moment it's just Gareth. He's banished, and that means Numbing Gust once again active, and that has been a pretty big factor for both players here. Core wins the orb back quickly with that salute, and then once again black magic jump straight into the Pyre. Core now moving in with Volfred, but he's banished. And once again, the quick follow-up with the sap, although that sap is answered. Core defenseless. Numbing Gust, however, slowing Anor. At least until Core makes a return with all of his exiles now. Anor tries to blink in, but Core had it covered. Stowaway, Gareth, back to the stowaway. Stowaway down, now Gareth's turn, but he's stopped. Only to teleport back to the orb. He's Titan Toothed and then banished. Now Anor with Pamitha. She plunges for 20. Anor wins the orb initially, but quickly gets banished. Now Volfred for Core gets pushed away, and that means his throw didn't quite have enough on it. So Anor back with it in Jodari, or rather in Pamitha's wings or hands. Pam hands? What? Yes. Pam plunges for 20. Pam again. Trying to fly her way through. She may not do that, although Tizo clears out a lot of space with that implosion, and though the Numbing Gust is there, does help to set up Pamitha for this plunge. And suddenly, we are tied at 40 apiece. Which Anor quickly changes with this 20 damage harp plunge. Now, of course, we do have 2 saps. However, we've seen both players took the Numbing Gust, which means it is unlikely for us to see much, if any, rekindling here. May have 10, if that. But it is possible that Anor has enough damage here to finish it with one more score. Core loses Volfred, but gets the orb back, and then leeches with that plunge, 20 damage and 10 Pyre life back. It is now no longer possible for Anor to deal enough damage to deplete all of Core's Pyre life in one go, whereas Core could do just that to Anor.
The orb slips from your clutches.
Volfred moving in, setting up the throw, not enough time to release it. Second attempt from the stowaway, but she's banished. Numbing Gust, again, slowing Anor, but she does have time to make a little bit of progress with Pamitha, who is now banished. Now the stowaway. And Volfred for Core. Core sets up the sapling, but then moves in with the stowaway, and with the plunge, takes the win.
They
GG.
brushed aside their adversaries without too much trouble.
Well played, you two.
The ceremony is complete.
And that means that with that win, Core is now up 2-0 in this best 3 out of 5 series, and with one more win, would earn the first point for Team Gareth. Whereas Honor at this point would need to go 3-0 to win another point for Team Ulmer. So let's jump back in. Gareth may be on that redemption arc. We shall see.
The Pyre
Oh.
hearts shall confront the chastity.
I believe this is our first boat of the day,
Welcome.
and with it comes the potential for quite a bit of chaos. Now, of course, there is always the option to try to ignore much of the crazy boat physics, but that is sometimes easier said than done. On the other hand, one can try to embrace the crazy physics on this arena, and maybe that could prove advantageous at times. But that is a decision that both players need to be thinking about. As Core goes with a speedy Tizo in the first spot. Whereas Nor goes Bright Wisp on Ulmer.
Volfred.
Typhoon Bottle on Volfred for Core.
Jodariel.
Jody in the second spot for Honor. Power casting Snadra in the last spot for Core. And now Web Lanthorn for Tizo in the last spot for Honor.
Tis taken. Begin.
Snadra. Oh, with the shield, able to get rid of one of those defenders there. And once again, Core able to set up Snadra with the Sap Team Shield. So Snadra plunges for 20. A little bit of boat magic there for Honor's Jodariel on a few occasions. But is it enough to set her up for the score? Not on this occasion. And Core with a dangerous portal leads to a quick imp counterattack. 25 damage from Tizo there, but now no Tizo means more room for Honor and an easier time plunging for 20 with Ulmer. But then here's Core with a quick answer, 25 damage from his imp. Ulmer banishes a few of the defenders, but then goes down himself. Snadra threatens to cast, but then plunges. 20 damage and 10 leech for Core as well. Tizo trying to get the help of the Sap Shield, but Honor is back in possession. Core does have a very dangerous portal now, though, nearly, if not entirely, on top of Honor's Pyre. Maybe a little bit off the mark now, though.
Into the adversary's flame.
Honor in possession. Sets up Jody for some boat magic. But Core in position to stop it, except Core now defenseless. At least until Tizo returns. Vanishes one. And then some boat magic for Honor. Sets up this demon plunge. That time from Jodariel. But now she's gone in this round, so more room for Core to maneuver. Zap Shield helps to set up Tizo. 25 damage on that plunge, and that means 1 score potentially all that Core needs here. Anora on the attack. Bright Wisp automatically passes it back to Jody. Boat Magic gives her a little more airtime, but she isn't able to brute force her way through. Instead, it's the Savage, Almer. His plunge is for 20. Core looking to get in with Tizo. If he does, it could be game, but Anor back in possession with Jody. That's a 30 damage plunge, and now we may have ourselves a 1-score game on either side. Core does have a sap, but I'm not sure if he has rekindling. He might have 10, but no one to stop Snadra. So with the plunge, Core takes the win, not just in the game, but in the series as well.
Despite their adversaries' efforts.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And it does mean that with that series victory for Core, Team Gareth is now on the board. So let's update. The score now stands Gareth 1, Almer 3, as we will also add our players as well. So let's get Core in on Team Gareth, and let's get Anor in on Team Almer. Okay, and let me know if anyone else is interested in hopping in for the next one. As we were saying before, at this stage, now that we've had several series between different people, I think it is fair game for us to get people back in, even if you've already played. We'll just, in that case, look to match you up against someone who you have not yet already played. And that might be what Camilo is saying here, that he's looking to get back in, and he is a member of Team Gareth. So if we are to do that, it means we'd be looking for someone on Team Almer to face off against him. And I believe, Camilo, you played Phaler in the first match. So that means if we have anyone other than Phaler on Team Almer who is ready to go, we could have you face off against Camilo here. Do we have any takers? So that would mean Lilac, Macaws, or Anor. I know you just played, but we could theoretically get you back in to play against Camilo here. Or if there's anyone who has not yet declared their allegiance for a team, we could get you in now to face off against Camilo. Macaws is in for Almer. Yeah, okay, that matchup works. And Lilac says the internet gods maybe still not working in your favor right now. Okay, so why don't we go with a Camilo Macaws showdown then? Was about to volunteer Macaws? Oh dear. Choose him. Alright, let me get you guys some invites.
Who is volunteering me?
Anso was
Voluntelling
about
me?
to volunteer you, apparently.
Okay.
Well, either way, one way or another, it looks like we can make this work. At this point, you guys know the deal. You know the rules. Okay. And do we still have the keyboard mouse settings based on Camilo's stuff? We might.
I'd imagine. I don't think nobody else playing keyboard today.
Oh, sorry, you're a little quiet, Camilo.
Do you hear me better now?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, I just gotta hold up the microphone up to my face.
Oh, okay. Does this look right, Camilo?
Hold up.
I I think this is
That does look
your
right.
stuff. Okay, perfect. Alright, so, which triumvirates would you guys like to be here? Tempers? or Camilla?
Tempers.
Ooh.
All right. In that case,
Accusers?
accusers. Let's do
Okay.
it.
Let's do it indeed. Alright, so we are bringing back Makos and Camilo, both of whom have played in one series already today. Makos, who emerged victorious against Murph, and Camilo, who went down to Failure previously. We shall see how these two fare now in this new matchup.
Camilo kind of played out of his mind earlier, though. I'm a little worried.
I mean, even the series that had, 3-0 victors, all of those matches were close. So I think even the people who have not yet won today have been playing very well, and none of these games are a sure thing, is the takeaway. Anybody can win.
Copy the exact skill level of my opponent. That's how it works.
Alright, if you guys are ready to go, why don't we get started here? So as a reminder, Makos is representing Team Almer, Camilo is representing Team Gareth,
The accusers
and we'll be at the Fall of Solium, at least for our first match.
tempers. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
It's Prayer Beads Pamitha in the first spot for Makos.
Ruki.
Banishing throws on Ruki for Camilo. Now, another interesting thing, of course, the players have both played already today, so they can look back at things that they feel have or have not gone well for them and make any adjustments to their team compositions based on that. But they also have had time since those matches to strategize, think about what they might want to do differently at this stage, might have even been taking a look at what their opponent did in their matches, so a lot more information to work with here. Be interesting to see how they approach things for those reasons, and it's a Leeching Bertrude for Makos. Might also be inspired by some of the compositions that other people have taken today, even if none of those people are participating in this series right now. Camilo goes Prayer Beads Pamitha. Quick Throwing Manly is the last choice for Makos. And now Exploding Gilman for Camilo. So here we go. It is the second time that these players have played today, but the first time they are facing off against each other, and it is Makos getting us started with a 25 damage throw. Again, best 3 out of 5 series. Makos is representing Team Almer. Camilo is representing Team Gareth. The standings, or the score, is currently 3 points Team Almer to 1 point Team Gareth. That is the context. But this match between these two, right now it's, a bit of an errant throw from Makos. At times, those throws do not lock on, at least not immediately, to where you might expect them to go. Camilo, meanwhile, is plunging for 20 with his harp, and I believe we saw both people take prayer beads on their harp. So Camilo back in with Pamitha here. And here she is. Gives it up to Ruki, who stopped. Pamitha now, this time for Makos, but she's banished. Ruki again for Camilo. Has the banishing throws and gets rid of the last defender. Might have had to rush the throw. Goes for just 7 there.
The orb is up.
Now back with Makos. Switches in to his crone, who gets banished. Camilo now switches into Ruki, who with the banishing throws gets rid of the defender, and goes for a quick throw there. Just 3 damage, and did Makos take Stubborn Flame? He might have. As he throws this one in for 24, if he did have Stubborn Flame, it means that would no longer be active, as Makos did just retake the lead. Here is Makos, now point-blank throw for 25 damage and also 13 leech, so big full value there once you factor in both the damage and the leech as well. Pamitha swaps in to Ruki, banishes 1 with the throw, threatens to banish another, does so, but goes down himself. Manly gives it up to Gertrude. Now Pamitha back into Manly, whose throw does land, and Camilo holding on with 1 fire life. We've said it before, sometimes when people rush those throws, you never know for sure, but the damage they leave on the table might be significant, and on this occasion it means that Camilo did live to fight another round, but Makos finishes it off with that throw, and in doing so, takes the early lead in the series 1-0. GG.
GG.
It's ended.
Well played, you two. Alright, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And let's get our next match started. Makos up 1-0.
The accusers shall
And
now
we're back at the
face
book, so we're going from what was, in the previous match, one of, if not the largest arenas, now to one of the
who shall
smallest.
conduct the rites.
We'll see to what extent that may influence team compositions here. Barker in the lead for Makos with that Titan Tooth, which I do believe we've seen Makos take in the lead spot at least once before today. If I recall correctly, I believe he did win that match. Now it's a quick throwing Volfred for Camilo. Makos now with the Speedy Messenger Imp in the second spot. Whereas Camilo goes Speedy Pamitha. Banishing, quick throwing, Ignarius. That's Makos' last choice. Whereas Camilo goes Exploding Gilman. So alright, here we go. Game 2 between Macaws and Camilo. Macaws currently up 1-0, and Macaws getting us started with a 20 damage plunge from his Cur. Now, Barker did not have prayer beads, so he is gone in this round. Here comes Camilo with Volfred, does have the quick throws, and from that range may be unblockable. So that lands for 25. Also able to get the orb before Camilo's sapling takes root. Big fell swoop from Camilo, huge, as he banishes now the entirety of Macaws' team, but that throw is a little bit short. So Macaws has it back. Camilo explodes with Gilman. Macaws has it back, but he's blocked. Now Camilo with Volfred. Throw is off the mark. Back with Macaws. Vanishing throw gets rid of one defender. Retrieves the orb. And the explosion gets rid of Ignarius. Camilo stunned. Oh, but just in time. Gets Pamitha back to intercept the throw, and then the quick counter attack with a 25 damage throw from Volfred. Another fell swoop banishment there. In fact, everyone down on Macaws' side. This time, Camilo able to throw it in for 20 with his harp. Titan Tooth stun from Macaws. But Camilo weathers the storm. Pamitha. Stunned is Macaws. Throw intercepted though. Macaws now back with Ignarius, but only Ignarius. Vanishes one, but Camilo still retrieves. Down goes Volfred. Messenger Imp for Macaws. Back to Ignarius. He's blocked. Vanishes the defender though. Oh, but the fell swoop, or actually the harp shield really, the thing that helps Camilo there. Tries to make his move, but Messenger Imp wasn't going to let that happen. Barker again with the stun from that Titan Tooth. This time throws, but the throw is intercepted. Camilo gets it back with Pamitha, tries to harp salute, but doesn't work out for him. Barker gets blocked, stuns Camilo, but Pamitha comes back in a position where she can banish Barker and then bulldozes her way in for a 20 damage plunge. Does mean no Pamitha in this round, but it also means one score, potentially all Camilo needs. But here is Macaws answering with a 20 damage Cur plunge. This time, Camilo quick enough with the sapling placement. Block the orb and gets the orb back. And with that throw, Camilo takes the win, leveling the series at 1 game apiece. GG.
GG.
The rite is complete.
All right, let's head on back then.
Until the stars align.
And let's get the next match started.
The accusers shall take on the Tempers.
This time, it's the Cairn.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Cost goes for a speedy saluting Bertrude. As a reminder, players are allowed to take up to 1 of those crone salutes per match. Macaws has opted to take his. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see Headwind for Camilo. Oh, heads up, you have the, hangover effect. Webbed Lanthorn on Tizo in the second spot for Macaws. Camilo goes for the Speedy Volfred. Macaws answers with quick throwing manly, notably, technically, not quarterback manly, although that was nearly a throwback to the first Rite Club Civil War. Camilo goes Legendary Talisman on Tizo for the Infinite Stamina. So here we go in match 3 of this best 3 out of 5 series. Huge cast there from Headwind, though it does activate the Numbing Gust, slowing Camilo down, but Camilo, willing to go with the plunge, means he will lose Headwind in this round, but that's the sacrifice he's willing to make. Macaws, quick with the Crone, but not quick enough. Now moving in with the sap, but Tizo does what he needs to do defensively. Volfred is speedy, and he does shield off from the exploding sapling. Tizo has that infinite stamina, but he's blocked, and now banished. That means no one back defensively, so opportunity here for Macaws to throw that one in for 25 from his sap.
How very fortunate for the accusers.
Macaws with Bertrude. She goes down. Imp versus Imp. Camilo wins out on that duel. Tizo shielded, but then does still get banished. Big power cast from Headwind, make that a few of them. Bertrude returns, and Macaws able to leap in for 30. Headwind shielded, gets it back, oh, but blocked. Big cast though, but the Numbing Gust active once more, slowing down Camilo, and this time that does buy Macaws enough time to get a defender back. But once again, the Numbing Gust activates. Macaws. Throw is off the mark this time. Here's Volfred and Headwind. Big power cast from Headwind, but the implosion ends up taking him out.
No sign of the accusers.
Volfred. He's banished. Power cast from Headwind gets rid of all of Macaws' characters. Once again, Numbing Gust active, but Headwind is fast enough for 20 damage plus 10 leech, so net 30 points of value on that score from Camilo. Costs just enough distance on that harp jump to get the plunge. Drops Camilo down to 25. Now we do have 2 saps. One on each side, so we may see some rekindling here, but if not, that means that it is theoretically possible for Macaws to finish this with 1 score. There is his sap, but the throw is intercepted. Camilo now with his opportunity. He stopped short. Everyone banished. On Macaws' side is Headwind fast enough? He is. 20 damage, 10 leech, and that 10 leech in particular is significant because it brings Macaws' brings Camilo's Pyre life out of range. It is no longer possible for Macaws to finish it with 1 score. It is basically a 2-score match for either player, barring rekindling. And Camilo does have a dangerous portal. He's eyeing it, but so is Macaws. Camilo is headwindless. Does make things a little more challenging as Macaws sneaks in a 10 damage throw here. It is significant because it does mean Macaws is now in range with that plunge, but there is rekindling. So Camilo holds on with 10 Pyre life on that second life bar. Now means, though, one score all Macaws needs, and there it is.
The accusers prevail.
GG.
They do deserve their freedom.
Well
I'm
played, you two.
I'm sweating.
As you ought to be. These are some close matches, as Chad is saying. Not easy to get the job done, but Macaws has done it on this occasion, and in doing so is now up to a 2-1 lead in this series. Macaws, again, a member of Team Almer. Camilo representing Team Gareth. Let's jump back in. It does mean one more win for Macaws, and he would seal the series, whereas Camilo now needs to go 2-0.
The accusers
We're back in the book.
shall now face
I believe this is the very arena where Camilo won.
who
So
shall
for whatever
conduct
that's worth,
the rites.
that may mean advantage Camilo. As for whether the players remember exactly what strategy they used here and how they executed that strategy, that is maybe a different question. Even then, not as if we would necessarily expect both players to take exactly what they did in that previous match. Certainly not Macaws, as he may look for a different result here on this occasion. As Camilo went with the Worm lead with the Legendary Talisman for the extra jumping distance. What did I say? Macaws was on Team Gareth? Macaws is Team Almer. Milo is Team Gareth.
Exile.
Leeching Vorfrit for Macaws. Saluting Prayer Beads Pamitha for Camilo. Numbing Gust, Quick Throwing Manly for Macaws in the last spot. Whereas Camilo goes Leeching Jodari. So alright, here we go. This will be game 4 between Macaws and Camilo. Macaws up 2-1 right now. And setting up our first score here with a Crone Plunge for 30 damage. That means no Vorfrit for the remainder of this round. Not that Macaws needs Vorfrit, as this time it's a throw from the sap for 25. Camilo now with Gilman. Blocked. Macaws back with the sap and back with the throw. This time it's 24, one off the maximum. We'll see if that proves to be significant. It has at times in the past, as Camilo gets an interception there from range that I would have expected to be unblockable from Macaws' sap. Everyone down on Macaws' side, but does activate the Numbing Gust momentarily, slowing down Camilo. As was the case again for a split second there, but now it's Camilo with the unblockable throw for 13 from his Worm. Macaws moves the sap in toward the center, sets up the throw, but it's intercepted again. Camilo now with his Demon blocked, banishes the defenders, but once again that activates the Numbing Gust. Both a blessing and a curse for Camilo when he gets aggressive on the banishments, but this time gets what he's looking for. That's 30 damage plus 15 leech, so a net 45-point play there. Followed up by 4 damage from that worm throw. Now, once again, did we see Macaws take the Stubborn Flame? He may have. Otherwise, it'd be fairly unusual to see throws that deal that little damage. It is possible. But yeah, I think we just saw that capped out at 5. Stubborn Flame is active, and that is significant, especially against those lower damage exiles like the worms, where losing 10 damage is, well, 2/3 of the damage they would usually be dealing. But it is still the worm for Camilo, and he is still whittling away at Macaw's Pyre life. Macaws, his attack stopped there. Jodariel now for Camilo. She's blocked, now banished. Macaws with Tamitha switches into the sap. Manly, his throw lands for 21. Now getting Camilo back to a relatively even number, but Camilo's still in the lead, which means Stubborn Flame is still active, which means this maxes out at 5 damage, but it's just a little bit short. So Macaws gets it back, and the throw, good for 18. Now Macaws is back in the lead. Stubborn Flame is no longer active. Macaws, quick throw. 9 damage, and I think a little bit of leech as well for Macaws. And it means 1 score, potentially all Macaws needs here. Then again, we have seen leech from Camilo, so it is possible for him to get some Pyre life back and to make it no longer possible for Macaws to finish with 1 score. But opportunity here for Macaws, as Camilo was defenseless and seemed like Macaws may not have recognized the opportunity, at least not immediately, because he could have finished it with that score right there if he had the right exile. But at the time, he had one that maxed out at 20 damage, would not have been sufficient to finish Camilo with that exile. And in the time it took to switch, it meant Camilo got some defenders back. Now, eventually, Macaws does plunge for 20. As we were just saying, not enough to finish the job, so Camilo is still hanging on here. But at this point, 1 score for Macaws would surely do the trick.
Quite the close call.
Here is Macaws with Tamitha, switches into the Crone, gets banished. Camilo switches to Jody, knocks back and banishes a defender. Gets the orb back. Oh, and Jody goes down. Macaws with 2 options here, and it is the Harp to finish the job and finish the series. Macaws wins it 3-1.
Adversaries without too much trouble.
GG.
The ceremony is complete.
GG's.
Well played, you two. All right.
Until the next rite.
Well, as we were just saying, with that, it means that Macaws earns another point here for Team Ulmer. Let me just quickly get these guys out so that they are free again. But that does mean that Ulmer extends the lead here, currently up 4-1. Core says he's up to go again for Team Gareth. Do we have anyone else who would like to represent Team Ulmer in that case? Face off against Core. So Core in his first match played against a Nor from Team Ulmer, so that means we would be looking for either Lilac, Phaler, potentially Macaws again, or a new player who has yet to declare their allegiance to represent Team Ulmer against Core here. Do we have such a player? looking for someone from Team Armor to face off against Core. Anyone from Team Armor other than... We technically... Wait, Yeah, it was Core and Or. Okay, so yeah, Phaler has not played Core, so that would work. That would work. Let me get you guys in here. Usually, what we would do when it comes to Civil Wars is we would deliberately not do any rematches with exactly the same matchup. We would continue, in part, to try to get as many people in, and also just for the sake of variety. Like, if either of you would like to get in, you're welcome to. Internet gods permitting, of course. But, we would look to get you in against someone new the next time round. Okay. Let me know. Did I send it to both you guys? I think I got Phaler.
Yeah, you sent it to me. Sorry.
If the internet gods permit, you could also hop back in maybe, but it's not looking good right now? Okay, yikes. Alright, so it looks like we have Phaler here on player 1 and Core on player 2, it would seem. And let's see, going with, I assume the teams we have here, the Fate for Phaler and the Pyre Hearts for Core, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So in that case, why don't we get this series started? So again, Phaler is representing Team Ulmer. He faced off against... Who was it you played in the first round, Phaler?
I played Camilo in the first round.
Okay, so Camilo against Phaler. Phaler won that previous matchup, and then Core was against Anor, and he won in that series. So this will be interesting. No worries, Anor. Thanks for stopping by. Glad to get you in. Have a good night.
Sir Gilman.
It was Hedwyn in the first spot for Phaler, and it is Gilman in the first spot for Core. Core, Anor is saying GG. She's calling it a night.
Oh, okay. Good games, Anor. Very fun. Okay.
Web Lanthorn Raji in the second spot for Phaler. Quick throwing Jody in the second spot for Core. Prayer Beads Tamitha for Phaler. That's his last choice. Core will go Ashen Coal on Snap. So alright, here we go. Game 1 between Phaler and Core. Phaler representing Team Ulmer. Core representing Team Gareth. Team Ulmer currently the fairly significant lead, but Core working for Team Gareth here, getting us started with a 30 damage score and following that up with 13. Edwin. Shoulder smashes one defender, then gets banished by the second. Jody. Down she goes, but Core brings her back. Now Gilman. That throw looks like it'll be short, so Phaler retrieves, and for a second there was no one back defensively. Core with the, or rather, Phaler with a hesitation move, helping to set up that 20 damage plunge for Hedwyn. Jody, with Brazen Manor active, able to get that throw in for 40 damage. That means one score is potentially all that Core needs here, although it would need to come from Jody. He would not have enough damage from anyone else, although after that 9-point chip from Gilman, now Snadra would have enough as well, and I don't remember if he took C's chance on Gilman, but if so, it would conditionally be possible for him to get it with one score too. Here's Phaler. He's not done yet. He plunges for 20 with his harp. I believe he had prayer beads on Tamitha, so she is back. There's another worm throw for Core. That one's good for 12, and now at this point, anything could do from any character for Core. Phaler comes up a little bit short with Hedwyn. Jody banishes one, then gets banished. Hedwyn, he's banished. Core sneaks through with the worm, and with the throw, takes game 1.
I'm gonna need a re-invite. My frame rate's super low.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Crying tears of shame. Thus end this night's proceedings.
So Core takes game 1. Let me just take a second to get Phaler back here.
Align.
Alright, let me know when you are good, and then we can hop back in. Alright, looking
Sure.
good.
The fate
Okay,
versus
this time at the Pit of Malith.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Don't know if he had, what was it, a full baguette? Or some other loaf of bread that you were saying earlier? Well, it's Pamitha in the lead spot for Phaler. Blood, sweat, and tears. Well, Core goes for a quick throwing Manly. Titan Tooth Raji for Phaler. Alright, a Leeching Bertrude for Core. Quick throwing Vorfrit is Phaler's final choice.
go.
Now Web Lanthorn Messengering for 4.
Begin.
Game 2 between Phaler and Core. Core currently up 1-0, but Phaler getting us started with a 20 damage Harp Plunge. But no prayer beads on Pamitha, she's gone now in this round. Messengering with an opening here. Core may have time if he's quick, and he's just quick enough to get the 25 damage throw with his sap.
The Pyre hearts are now favored to prevail.
Manly trying to create some space to perhaps set up another one of those 25 damage throws, but Phaler able to fend it off. Bertrude, she's banished. Phaler with Vorfrit. Lands in that sapling.
Positively brutish.
Now Core, has a dangerous portal. And that's 21 damage on the throw. Not the full amount, but also a little bit of leech as well. I think it was 11.
Manly's out of luck for now.
Core, this time, leaps into being banished.
All banished.
Vorfrit is the one doing the banishing there, somewhat surprisingly, after it looked like she was spinning out of control there. But Phaler, the throw intercepted. Surprisingly, it looked like that would have been unblockable.
Manly banished.
Everyone down on both teams. I think Phaler just barely was the first player to get someone back, but the ore was a little bit closer to Core, so he was the one to claim it. Phaler in possession.
There goes the harp.
Bertrude for Core, through the portal, tried to go off the wall, but it didn't work. Big implosion. Phaler still gets an exile back, but that exile goes down, and now Phaler defenseless. Quick throw from Manly for the full 25, courtesy of that quick throwing talisman. Bertrude down. Big fell swoop for Phaler, but it does activate the numbing gust. But he is still able to fly in here once Core gets someone back, deactivating that numbing gust. That throws from too far away be of much threat to Core.
No sign of the fate for
Phaler,
now.
defenseless now. Time for Core. Bring in the Crone. Yes, indeed. And in doing so, Core takes the win.
Most
GG.
excellently done this time, I must admit.
Well played, you two.
The rite is ended.
Alright, so that means Core takes a 2-0 lead in this series.
Until the next rite.
So Core needs one more win to earn a point for Team Gareth, whereas Phaler would need the reverse sweep here to earn a point for Team Alder.
The fate shall now face the Pyre hearts.
Okay, so now we find ourselves at the Ridge of Gold.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Perhaps the most neutral of all arenas. Hard to have a plan specifically for this location.
Alma.
So Phaler goes with the quick-throwing Ninja Almer. Core goes power-casting Snadra. Web Lanthorn Raji in the second spot for Phaler. Speedy Tizo for Core. speedy Ignarius for Phaler. And then Core goes Typhoon Bottle on Wolfer. Phaler off to a quick start here, teleporting to the orb and then throwing it in to Core's Pyre for 20 damage. Almer looking to follow up with another one of those this time round, but Core able to stop it. However, it's Ignarius able to walk this one in for 30. It means no Ignarius in this round for Phaler. Not that he needed Ignarius on that occasion, as he threw it in once more with Almer. Core able to intercept that time. Phaler back in possession, Numbing Gust active, or rather Typhoon Bottle.
Sorry, Alma.
Core with Snadra here. Goes the shield approach, but it wasn't quite enough to get Snadra through, but it does set up a very dangerous portal. Phaler back in possession. The throw intercepted. Core clears out some space with those casts, but the throw once again intercepted as Phaler gets Almer back in position just in time. But then Core back to Snadra. She'll plunge for 20 and also leech back 10 Pyre Life. That is significant because it brings Core back up to 20 now, or back up to 40, now drop back down to 20, which means it is once again possible for Phaler to finish this with one score. Barring additional leech from Snadra, which Core nearly got, but Phaler just quick enough with the banishment on Snadra that time. Iggy, blocked, banishes one defender, then gets banished. Snadra gets rid of one, but loses the orb. Almer off to the races, blocked. And Snadra deals 20, leeches 10. That brings Core back up to 30. That throw, good for 20, means one score, potentially enough for Phaler to deplete at least Core's starting Pyre Life, but I do actually believe that Core took 10 rekindling, if I recall correctly. So I still don't think Phaler can finish it all together with one score, only deplete Core's starting Pyre Life. Phaler quick with Almer there, but Almer does go down. Snadra against Raji. Raji down. Oh, and Snadra gets rid of everybody. Opportunity here for Core. 20 damage, 10 leech. Almer's throw intercepted. Core back to Snadra. Snadra shielded and plunges. 20 damage, 10 more leech. Once again, Core out of range for Phaler, or at least from everyone except Ignarius. Phaler moving everyone into more aggressive, offensive positions, but loses 2 of his exiles in the process, but does get rid of the last of Core's defenders, does activate the Typhoon Bottle. Tizo returns, intercepts, goes through the portal. Waiting for some reinforcements as Snadra is gone for good in this round after plunging without prayer beads. So we're gonna need to find some other kind of solution here. As he starts moving in with Tizo. But loses everyone now. Phaler does have a portal. Helps mitigate the effects of that Typhoon Bottle. But Core still with enough time to get someone back defensively. Core fakes the banishment, instead goes for the plunge, does have the extra damage on his imp, so that's 25, but no prayer bead, so it means Tizo is gone, Snadra is back though, and we are tied at 30 apiece. Everyone down on Core's side, Typhoon Bottle activates. Phaler tried to wait so he could throw it in once Core got someone back, but in doing so, Core was able to get a stop. Does Phaler try again this time, or does he go straight in for the plunge? He does try again, but Core is once again quick enough to get the stop there. Phaler does have a dangerous portal too, but Core had it blocked with the sapling. Not that it matters here, as Phaler quickly gets the orb and plunges in one fell swoop, and that is the rekindling. As we expected, it is 10, but it means one score for Phaler now could be enough. From any of his characters, we do know that Core has the potential for additional leech, but it would take a while for that leech to add up enough to be significant. Almer stopped here. Snadra, that is the source of leech. And it is 20 damage, it is 10 leech. It technically means Core has retaken the lead, but it is a one-score game, and Phaler takes the win. GG.
A victory so narrowly achieved, and thus more glorious.
Well played, you two.
The rite is complete.
And with that win, it means the series now stands 2 games to Core, 1 game to Phaler.
Right.
We fed Phaler the Almer Spirit Bomb energy. Alright, well, let's hop back in. It means Core needs 1 win, Phaler needs 2.
The fate shall take on the Pyre hearts. Welcome.
It is Phaler's home arena.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Perhaps something he might have been hoping for here. Can he gather the energy from the home crowd, feed off that, and drive himself to another victory here to level the series at 2 apiece? Otherwise, if Core is to win here, he would take the series. As he goes quick throwing Bertrude. Almer was Phaler's lead. Web Lanthorn Raji in the second spot. Exploding Gilman in the second spot for Core. Extra jumping distance on Deluge. That's Phaler's final choice. Core finishes with Ashen Coal on Snapper. So here we go in what could be the deciding match if Core is to win this. But Phaler won in the last one. He needs 2 to take the series. Phaler now with Deluge. Now Bertrude for Core. Quick throw, lands for 30.
First to strike their adversary's flame.
Bertrude sweeps up defensively. Down she goes, only to be brought back by Snadra. Bertrude again. That's another 30. Bertrude. Core once more. Now instead, it's Gilman. That time it's 15. That does mean 1 score could be enough for Core here if it is from Bertrude. Goes for the Crone's Loot, except he doesn't have it. So it doesn't do anything. But Gilman does still manage to land a 15 damage throw, and that means at this point any one of Core's characters would have enough. Phaler goes for the stunning claim, freezing everyone in the process. It's back with Bertrude, and the throw hits the mark, and Core takes the win, and in doing so, the series as well.
Fire yet burns with vigor and resolve.
GG.
The rite is done.
Well played, you two. All right. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
And that does mean that is one more point going to Team Gareth. Make sure I got both those guys freed. Yes, they have been. That means the score stands now with Team Gareth sitting on 2 points to Team Almer's 4. Ansa says up to represent Team Gareth. Do we have anyone who would like to hop in here for Team Almer in that case? If the internet yeah. Any signs of... I know you were saying things were not going so well on the internet front, at least initially. Any signs of improvement there? Hopefully. Hopefully. Of course, we want all the players at their best. Stream has been going smoothly, at least. Okay. Well, that may be a positive indicator then. Would we have anyone else on Team Almer who would like to face off against Ansa in that case? Makoss can play against Ansa? Gotta go after that, probably? Okay. Well, in that case, we could do that. I mean, it is starting to get a little bit late, of course. So what we may look to do is just looking at the time and looking at the score. Internet might spike again. Okay. Well, we can give it a shot. We can certainly give it a shot. Okay. Let me get you to some invites here. Ansa and Makoss.
Alright, let's go.
Alright. So Ansa on Team Gareth, Makoss on Team Almer. Let me know which player you guys are. Turning your opponent into a CPU. Bold strategy. Bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Am I player 1?
Whoever's moving right now is player 1.
Okay, then
Is that you?
not get Beyonders, Makoss. I thought I was player 2. I was like, why am I, why was I as CPU? Anyways.
Okay. So, wait. Who is in which spot?
I'm player 2.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Yelk yeah.
So that's Ansa.
So far, the spiking is not in the graph. It's been a pretty flatline graph.
Okay.
So
encouraging
that's
signs.
promising.
Yeah, knock on
yes,
wood.
encourage. Knock on wood. I guess because.
Okay. Let me just swap your teams here.
Yelk yeah. Makoss, you already know my comp. I don't know how to play anything else, not gonna lie. Every time I try to play something else, I just miss my old comp.
Alright, well. If you two are ready, why don't we get started here? So Ansa, again, representing Team Gareth. Makoss representing Team Almer.
The Beyonders versus the True Night.
Find ourselves at the Spring of Jomir.
Welcome.
Alright.
Who shall conduct the rites? Messenger.
It is Web Lanthorn
Middle.
Messenger Imp in the first spot for Ansa.
Good old Peeper Boy. Oh god, it's a worm. Well, I'm boned, everybody. Might as well skip everything.
The deluge.
Exploding Deluge will be the lead for Macaws. Mooncrest Jody in the second spot for Ansa.
Ooh, Speedy Beauty.
Speedy Ignarius indeed is Macaws' selection.
Ooh, let's see how this goes.
Prayer Beads Bertrude is the final part of Ansa's team.
So far, so good with no spiking.
Okay.
Yeah, when I was playing this like earlier, the graph was all over the place.
Even at this stage?
Oh, god dang it. Yeah.
Okay, well, Typhoon Bottle on Snadra in the last spot for Macaws, and here we go. In the first match between Ansa, representing Team Gareth, and Macaws, representing Team Almer. Here is Macaws with Ignarius. Deluge now. Brings back Ignarius. Both go down quickly. Ansa with Bertrude goes to the portal, but the portal was covered. Iggy trying to set up that Brazen Manor, but got banished before he could complete the animation. There he is, trying to set it up once more. This time does have it. But down once again to a large implosion. And Macaws' worm throw is just short, although gets the rebound. Plunging in for 15 with the worm. Might not have been the first choice, but Macaws gets the score either way. This time, follows up with a demon plunge worth 30 damage.
A show of strength from the fate's opponent. Into the adversary's flame.
Macaws' worm throw, this time good for 4. Down goes Deluge, as well as Messenger in. Deluge comes back with a vengeance. It's 4 on that throw, as we might be seeing some Stubborn Flame take hold on Macaws' side, reducing, or rather on Ansa's side, reducing Macaws' damage, that is. That time it's 5 damage, which might be Macaws' maximum, at least with Deluge. All the more reason to resort to things like Brazen Manor. Try to mitigate some of that damage reduction from Stubborn Flame. And there is the plunge, and there is confirmation. Yes, it is Stubborn Flame, although might have been right as Brazen Manor was expiring. As it looked like Macaws did not end up getting the bonus damage from having done that. Does also mean no Ignarius in this round. So instead, Macaws goes the worm throw route. 5. Explodes with Deluge. Down goes Iggy. Deluge back. Brings Iggy back. Brazen Manor set up. Iggy
Ah,
capitalizes on it, and this time is quick enough to still get the bonus damage from it, functionally canceling out the Stubborn Flame. Snagra. Quick enough to make it through, but Stubborn Flame again cutting the damage in half.
Now go on, just once more.
Does mean that Macaws can finish this, but it would have to come from Ignarius. No one else would have enough damage. Brazen Manor, not necessary per se.
An interesting
Down he
exchange.
goes.
Such zeal.
Worm Throw is just barely off the mark there. Ansa recovers, but loses both characters. Jody does return, but is dispossessed. Macaws winning it back close to the Pyre, but Iggy goes down.
That was the barely a mark against
Worm
that.
Throw lands for 5. Technically means that Deluge still does not have enough damage to finish it by himself, but any other exile for Macaws would, including Ignarius.
The true
GG.
Night Wings prevail.
GG.
Their adversaries
Do you wanna keep
did
the same
not
comp?
even come close.
No, I'll switch it up.
alright.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright, well, let's head on back then. As Macaws
Until
takes
the
game
next
1.
Right. The Beyonders shall confront the true Night
Now we
Wings.
find ourselves back at the cairn
Welcome.
for game 2.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Wait. That's not what I want. That's not what I want at all.
Ansa goes Titan Tooth on the Stowaway in the lead spot. So Macaws goes Prayer Beads Pamitha.
Messenger.
Lanthorn Messenger Imp, or Ansa's second selection. We are now setting up for game 2, as Macaws takes a quick throwing man lead. Macaws took game 1, so he is currently up 1-0. Prayer Beads Bertrude. That's Ansa's last choice. And Macaws will go Nutrition Stick on Palmas. Here we are in game 2 between Ansa and Macaws. Macaws with the double saps, both of whom are down at the moment.
Well, now that was exciting.
Pamitha for Macaws. Switches in,
The Pyre
setting
has
up
been
a quick
scathed.
sap throw for 25. Stowaway
It is what
plunges
the
in for
scribes
20.
ordered. The orb is taken.
Now Macaws
Glorious.
answers with a Harp Plunge, though Stubborn Flame again active here, reducing Macaws' damage by 10, as the Stowaway now answers with an 18 damage throw.
Into the adversary's flame.
Macaws with Pamitha falls a little bit short. Exploding Sapling gets rid of the Stowaway. Panther. Oh, switches in to the Nutrition Stick Sap, who blinks straight into the Pyre. Blink and you missed it. Does, however, mean we are now Pulmusless on Macaus's side in this round. And everyone is down, in fact, though Numbing Gust active, slowing Ansa down, at least for a little while.
Oh my god.
Hamatha. Oh, swapped. So, well, did end up eventually sacrificing the entirety of Macaus's team. Ansa through the portal, but with Numbing Gust, not quick enough to make it all the way through there. Hamatha. By herself at the moment. But Macaus still gets it done with her for a 10 damage plunge, and she has Prayer Beads, so she did come back, although now it's the Stowaway, plunging for 20. She did not have Prayer Beads, so she is gone. Macaus goes for the close range throw, good for 3. Hamatha plunging for 10, and again with Stubborn Flame active, that means that technically I don't believe Macaus has enough damage here to finish it in one go. So I think that means it's technically a 2-score game for either player. Then again, Macaus does have 2 saps, therefore very likely has at least some rekindling, possibly quite a bit. Manly. Down he goes. Hamatha, over 1 defender, switches in to one of the sap teammates, but that sap does go down. Everyone down for Ansa, so opportunity here for Macaus, who does the 720 spin. But as we were saying with Stubborn Flame, it's still not going to be enough. So Ansa holding on with 2. Well shielded from Macaus. Does so again with the other sap. Hamatha. Blocked here. One of the saps gets banished. Ansa. Gertrude goes down. Hamatha switches into the quick throwing sap, but that throw is intercepted. Macaus picks it up on the Pyre and plunges in for the win. GG.
GG.
Put up quite an effort.
Alright, so that is game 2 to Macaus, who is now up 2-0, meaning 1 more win for Macaus, and that is another point for Team Alma. Okay. Why don't we hop back in then?
The Beyonders
We're back
versus the true Nightwings.
in the book.
Welcome.
Know we've seen Macaus here on several occasions. I'm not sure if the same can be said for Ansa today.
Yeah, I just played a 1 against Lilac. That was not my best.
Prayer Bead Stowaway is Ansa's choice.
Messenger.
Weblanthorn Messenger Imp for Macaus. Lilac says you did fine in the book.
No, I appreciate it.
And Mooncrest Hamatha in the second spot for Ansa.
Oh, are you going all in?
It is Imp in the first spot and now Imp in the second. Don't think we've seen anyone triple up on any class yet today. Technically, it's impossible to do so with the Savages since both teams are banned from using one of the Savages, but for any other class, it is theoretically possible. Then again, of course, although each class has its specialties that you could triple down on if you were to take all that one class. At the same time, they also may have similar weaknesses, so maybe that's the reason why players have opted not to go in that direction. At least not yet, because with that third and final imp, Macaws is the first one to go all in on a given class. We shall see how Macaws fares with this setup, as it sneaks in a 25 damage throw before getting banished. Tizo. Raji. Throw this time intercepted. Orb inadvertently hits Ansa's Pyre, bounces back out, but still time for Macaws here, although the throw intercepted once again. Stowaway. Banished here. Macaws with Tizo. Charges up the throw. This imp does not have the speed talisman, though. The speed throwing talisman, so just 14 that go round. Tizo again, flying over the cast. And over the demon. Here is Jody, though. And now Pamitha. Pamitha down. Koss finds an opening. Throws that one in for 25. And all of the imps down for Macaws, which means time for 30 damage Demon Plunge for Ansa. But now that means no Jody in this round. Instead, it's up to the Stowaway, but she is banished here. That leaves Pamitha back defensively against all these imps. And it does seem that Macaws is making a point of going to that quick throwing imp, as once again, that is 25 damage from that right flank. Goes back to it here, but Ansa in position that time to intercept. Stowaway. Down she goes. Tizo. Now Raji for Macaws. Sneaks through. And gets off another 25 damage throw. Stowaway. She's cut off. Oh, and the throw makes it in. And in doing so, Macaws wins game 3 and wins the series. GG.
The ceremony is complete.
Well played, you two. All right.
Until the next rite.
Well, let's head on back. Let me get you guys free from remote play.
Alright.
And that means that as Macaws was representing Team Almer, that is another point for Team Almer, who now stands with a fairly commanding lead here, up 5-2, and now it is starting to get fairly late. We have been going for fairly long at this point, and I know we've had one or two people say that they need to call it a night or will need to in the near future. So, though I could potentially go a little bit longer if you guys would like, it may make sense. We could, yeah. We just have, I think it's Team Almer in particular is losing a lot of team members. So Phaler, I think you're the only one left on that side. And then on Team Gareth, yeah, I thought, Macaws, you had said that last one might have needed to be your last. If you're okay to stick around, we could potentially go a little while longer. Or we could potentially get you back in, but... yeah, if Core is on... yeah, we may be running out of potential combinations here. It looks like, yeah, we could do Phaler against Murph, which I don't believe we have had yet today. Is that right? I think that's still a new matchup. Nope. All right. Well, in that case, if you guys are up for it, let me get you in. Murph, of course, representing Team Gareth, whereas Phaler representing Team Almer today. Phaler, I am not seeing you online at this moment, for what it's worth. Let's see. There you are. Perfect. Okay. So, Team Almer does stand with a pretty commanding lead at the moment, and with what it seems like is a Rite Nite that may not go on for that much longer, a civil war that may not go on for that much longer. Is there time yet for Team Gareth to turn the tide of this war? I'm not so sure, but we will have to see. Let me know once you guys are in. Who's player 1, who's player 2? I take that to mean, based on the triumvirates, that is Murph player 1 and Phaler player 2? Still, oh, that is true. I am muted in the voice chat. I forgot to unmute myself there. Thank you. Hey, now I'm unmuted in the Discord. Hey guys, how's it going? That would probably help. Okay, let me set you guys up here. Murph and Phaler. So I assume Murph is player 1, Phaler is player 2.
That would be correct, I think.
Okay. There we are. Okay. So in that case... Oh, no worries. True Nightwings is your preference?
Yeah, that's what I'll go.
Okay. Gotcha. That can be arranged. There we are. Okay. So why don't we hop in that case, in what may be one of the last matchups we can do today, because we have seen a few members of each team wrap things up for the night.
Shall now face the fate. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
As Murph goes Prayer Beads Gareth in the lead spot. Phaler goes Prayer Beads Pamitha for his lead. Then Webbed Lanthorn Tizo for Murph. Speedy Ignarius for Phaler. Exploding Deluge is the last choice for Murph. While Phaler goes Super Portal on Raji. So here we go, the first match of this matchup between Murph and Phaler. Murph, again, representing Team Gareth, Phaler, Team Almer. Phaler is the one getting us started with the 30 damage plunge from Ignarius. Meanwhile, here is Murph with a quick answer. with a 20 damage plunge from Garrett, who does have prayer beads, so he is back. Baylor swaps back into Ignarius, but he goes down here. Garrett, straight in for Murph. Hamatha now swaps to Raji, but he goes down. Tizo, cornered by Ignarius, now goes on the attack, knocking back the defenders and setting up this plunge. Means, though, no Ignarius in this round. Tizo against Hamatha. Hamatha found a way around Tizo, but it was actually Gareth's return that helped banish her there. And there is Hamatha plunging in for 20. And that means one more score, potentially all Phaler needs here. Phaler nearly found a way through with Hamatha. But Murph recovered. Gareth blocked there.
The deluge is banished.
Phaler hanging out on top of the Pyre, has the portal directly on the Pyre, and that sets up the Harp Plunge to take game 1.
Effortlessly, I might add.
GG.
The rite
GG.
is complete.
GG's.
Alright, so that's one win for Phaler in this best 3 out of 5 series. Let's hop back in for game 2. And I think I hear a boat. I do.
The fate.
We'll see how the players react.
Who shall conduct the rites?
As Murph goes prayer beads Panther. Also, for what it's worth, have you guys ever played each other before?
I don't actually think so.
I just realized this might be the first time you guys are playing each other.
I think maybe like one of my first Rite Nites I played him. But
Maybe?
I don't remember.
Okay. I suppose that may have been the case for some of our previous matchups. I admittedly was not thinking of it from that standpoint. But we certainly had some classic matchups we've seen many times before as well, ones that have been very close in the past and proved to be very close this time as well. Prayer beads Pamatha or Phaler. We have Pamatha, Jody, and now at the last selection, Murph goes Web Lanthorn on Tizo. Last one for Phaler is a Speedy Jody. So here we go for game 2. Is Phaler getting us started with an Almer plunge for 20. No prayer beads on him though, so he's gone in this round. Hamatha swaps into Jody, but she's banished. Then the other Jody, a little bit of boat magic there for Murph. Wasn't quite enough to set her up for the plunge though. Instead, it's Phaler's Hamatha doing that. She does have prayer beads, so she is back. Almer down. Jody for Murph. Staggered by the opposing Jody. Almer blocked. Almer then vanishes, teleports to the orb, and now on the attack, plunges in for 20. Means he's gone in this round though. Jody versus Jody. Jody wins out, of course, that being Murph's Jody, who then gets banished by Pamatha, who then gets blocked by the other Pamatha. But Phaler does eventually find his way through. Almer, first to the orb. Makes one way, goes the other, and quickly plunges. Hamatha, Murph. Jody gets rid of her. A little bit of boat magic. working in Phaler's favor there. The plunge is a little bit off the mark, but we'll give it to him nonetheless. And that does drop Murph down to 5. So 1 score, likely all Phaler would need, gets the Bright Wisp activating, passing the orb automatically to Pamitha. She tries to harp push her way through, but didn't work on that occasion. Well, there's certainly some boat magic for Murph, helping to set up that plunge. But no prayer beads on Jody. She's gone, and that means more room for Phaler and Ulmer to plunge in for the win.
Their adversaries prove no match for them.
GG.
The rite is
GG.
done.
GG.
Well played, you two, and with that, that means Phaler takes game 2.
Until the next rite.
So let's hop on back in for game 3. Phaler now needing just 1 more to seal the series, earn a point for Team Ulmer, and potentially win his team the Civil War.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
There's power casting Lendl in the first spot for Murph.
Volfred.
Phaler goes Nutrition Stick on Volfred. The speed throws and rekindling on Volfred for Murph.
Dalbert.
Okay, there goes Prayer Beads on Dalbert. Titan Tooth Pamitha is Murph's last choice. As Phaler locks in Webbed Lanthorn Raji. So here we go in game 3. Phaler currently leads the series 2-0, and that means 1 more win for Phaler would mean he takes the series. But here is Murph getting us started with a 20 damage plunge from his harp. Phaler looking to answer, but the throw intercepted there by Murph. Murph defenseless at the moment though. So Phaler able to jump in with Dalbert for 20.
The two flames now burn equally as
Volfred
bright.
charges up the throw. Murph intercepts, now on the counterattack with Lendl. He's banished. Volfred, oh, sneaky from Phaler, nearly found his way through. Murph now on the attack. Volfred banished though. Lendl. He's banished as well.
Now to the flame.
Phaler moving in with Volfred. Blinks. No time to throw. Raji sneaks around.
Banished each
Does go down, but sets up a dangerous portal. Volfred aggressive there, gets rid of the last of Murph's characters, although Volfred does make a return, that is Murph's Volfred, just in time to get the stop. A cast from Lendl, shoulder smash and shield, working very effectively there for Murph, who not only scores for 20, but also leeches back 10 Pyre life as well. So net 30 on that play. Volfred gets rid of it, then goes down. Now, the other Volfred for Phaler. He's banished. both players, focusing primarily on getting banishments before focusing on the orb, which eventually Phaler decides to pick up and plunge with for 20 damage. Well shielded from Phaler's Volfred. Dalbert, he's stopped. Ametha flapping her way toward the Pyre and in for 20. Phaler charges up the throw. It's in range, but Murph trying to take position to intercept. It might have been unblockable, even from that range. Phaler tries again. This time, though, Murph able to stop it. Fred moving in. He's down by Dalbert's cast. Titan Tooth stunning Phaler a bit and buying enough time for Murph to plunge for 20 with Lendl and also again get the 10 leech. Does start to add up a bit. Phaler looking to throw, finds a safe spot to do it, and even from there, that throw remains unblockable. Murph, however, may just need one score here. Phaler, of course, did take a sap. Both players have. I know that we saw Murph take Rekindling. I don't recall as to whether Phaler did, though. Although Phaler can deplete the starting Pyre life that Murph had. Now, we see the 50 on the second set. Phaler still with work to do here. He liked that spot before. It worked for him previously. It worked for him again, though this time cuts it a little bit short. 22 damage means he is still out of range in this round. Would need at least 2 to finish the job. Whereas Murph, it all depends on what, if any, rekindling Phaler took. Moving in here with Pamitha. Waits to get the stamina back. Waits to swap in the sap. And the throw is intercepted. Phaler in position and able to quickly counter, and with that plunge, remember Murph has already had the rekindling, so that means one score, likely all Phaler would need, and that was nearly it. The Pamitha does just enough for Murph. Phaler now with Raji. Gets down, but does set up a dangerous portal, which Phaler uses. And nearly made it through there with Dalbert. But Murph once again able to get the stop. Here's Lendl. Into the lava he goes, though. Phaler prepares. Goes through the portal. Sneaks under the defender and in for the winning plunge. GG.
GG's. Well played.
Thanks.
Alright, and with that, that means that Phaler takes the series,
Until the stars align.
earning a point for Team Ulmer, and at this stage, that may mean, we can take a look in just a second, let me just free Murph real quick. That means, with one more point for Team Ulmer, the score stands Gareth 2, Ulmer 6, and given not only the hour getting fairly late, we've been going for a fairly long time now, but also just the number of players that we have remaining on their teams who have not yet played each other, it's quite low. Perhaps we do call things here, and as we were saying, you know, Team Ulmer had already guaranteed that they were going to win the Civil War, so with that being said, I think we can say that now Team Ulmer is the victor of the Savage Showdown Civil War by a score of 6 points to 2. Congratulations to everyone who was on Team Ulmer today, Lilac, Phaler, Makos, and Anor. And GG's, of course, to everyone who participated, including those on Team Gareth, Ansa, Camilo, Murph, and Core as well. GG's, everybody. So this was, of course, not our typical Rite Nite. This was, I believe... Hold on. So we've done Speedy Volfred versus Quarterback Manly, Snadra versus The World, Barker Stole Christmas, Battle of the Spiral Sanctum, Falcon Forecast, Savage Showdown. 6. I believe this is our 6th ever Civil War. So it had been, I was looking at it, I think 3.5 years since our last Civil War. So obviously it had been a while, but there was a time when we were doing these much more frequently than this. So definitely let me know if it's the kind of thing that you guys are still interested in having us do more often. It does take a fair bit more work than your standard Rite Nite, and also I think it is important that it's something that we save for special occasions, because if we were to say do this every single Rite Nite, not only is that too much work for that to be feasible, I also think that loses a lot of the specialness of the occasion. But if it is something you guys are interested in doing more often, then definitely let me know. A lot of really good matches today, very close ones. Even the series that we saw people win 3-0, more often than not, most of those games were one-score games. So some really good stuff all around today on both sides. But I do think it makes sense for us to wrap things up there. This was, of course, Pyre Community Rite Nite Civil War Edition. If you are interested in getting more involved in multiplayer Pyre, then the best way to do so is by joining the Rite Club Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. My name is Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nites, and my streaming schedule is weeknights. We are doing a combination of Path of Exile 2 and First Descendant, although First Descendant we're probably putting on pause for a little bit of time because we're kind of waiting for the next update. There isn't a lot to do until that happens. Then Fridays, we're doing Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, Saturdays, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, and Sundays, when we're not doing Civil Wars, a more casual, standard Rite Nite style in which we are taking requests from chat. If you haven't done so yet already, of course, you can also hit the follow button to get notification for when I go live. Also at Lids Vids on Twitter. I post there when I go live as well. But actually, the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is my Discord, which you can join by clicking on that link right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you next time.